shut down all the lights. And it's just fixed, it's all in the map. You can't pull from the ether, you're just chasing a path. But oh, Michael's rising like a morning sun. With the power of either, he will be outdone. Now stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. In the heart of a life, the tension was thick. Skeptics gathered round the table ready to pick. Chose your fruit, fed neck, the taste beer, and I find the stream. You're just chasing a spin. The Michael style by with fire in his eyes. Just watch as I spin, let the naysayers cry. Girl spin fast, and a heart full of fight. I'll show you the power that's hidden inside. Oh, Michael's rising like the morning sun. With the power of either, he will be outdone. Well, stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. The best there's ever been.
Mike does cracks to code tonight. Oh yeah, that's true. Wires and circuits to shine in neon lights. Oh yes, he knew. Creating power from the air, these smiles and delights. Mike does it right. Mike does, oh Mike, he's the one. Teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun. Trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest friends. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. With Nathan Zerlulu in the show. Oh, brilliant team. Mike came on Faraday. We're letting knowledge flow. Energy streams. Mike does, oh Mike, he's the one. Teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun. Trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life. Turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. We've reached new heights. Mike does, oh Mike, he's the one. Teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun. Trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans.
Embrace the laugh along with my mind. treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking about 0 point, the points lost on them. Capitalist structures crumbling from the same old stem. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor under injustice burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish, why teach and boys? Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world begins to play. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Chasing revolutions in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his point. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
And in the depths of shadowed halls, I wandered all alone, casting whispers, binding chains, demons of my own. Toxic deafening, now spread on my frail soul. I once been my mirror, haunted by my role. But in the echoes of my cries, just still I emerge, guiding me to where my true results are. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire I ascend, free from the chains of sorrow, all these paths of forever defend. Shattered glass beneath my feet, scars I wear but dry. Stormy nights just turn to dawn, I wear truth as my guide. Anxiety's dissolved in the sun's golden rays. See my destiny through time and space. The fears that once consumed me now they take. For in my heart a new world is proclaimed. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire I ascend, free from the chains of sorrow, on this path of forever depend. With symmetry I find the power, blessings granted by the hour. Together we will come away. Revolution calls and I'm strong. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire I ascend, free from the chains of sorrow, on this path of forever depend. In the depths of his oppression, Witness the rise of a true nation.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Give me 1 second and I'll bring up my camera. There we go. How you doing, everybody? Sorry, I'm feeling a little under the weather today. I have been for a few days now, so bear with me. I had some important stuff to discuss with you regarding some of the origins of this channel. As you know, I do research on different areas of forbidden science. You might know me from my research on the Rodin coil and sacred geometry, but to tap into the origins of this channel, we have to go back to my original study, which was socioeconomics. Now, I studied Marxism for the better part of a decade, and I believe his analysis is relevant now more than ever, and I've seen a lot of misconception about some of these topics regarding Marxism and Marxian economics, and I'd like to take today to go over some of this forbidden science that not a lot of people actually realize is very prevalent in our society today, and it has been shunned out of mainstream academia, and there is a reason for that. And I'll go over all this. What we're going to be doing today specifically is, oh, thanks, Joe. What we're going to be, I appreciate that. What we're going to be doing today is specifically going over my 3 episodes of the social situation. We're going to start with episode 1, which is my original economic analysis of the content creator class, specifically the exploitations of labor that I've seen on Twitch regarding the hypocrisy of some streamers like Hasanabi, who, advocates for social and economic equality and democracy, but fails to provide an adequate or even mandatory wage for his moderators, which also act as editors for his channel and make him enormous amounts of money. And we'll go over all of that in my first episode, which you will not find anywhere else. It is an original analysis, something that I put forth a while ago, and I tried to bring to his attention, but as we've seen time and time again, some of these larger channels, once they get to a certain point, they focus on profit over quality, and they let you down. So with that, we will go into episode 1 of the social situation, which is the content creator class versus the moderator class. A dialectical analysis of Twitch. There we go. Screen capture. Give me 1 second. I gotta add it. There we go. Oh, hold on 1 second.
A Marxist analysis of Twitch. Today on The Social Situation, I'd like to talk about an issue of labor exploitation that has been devoid of Marxist analysis. I'm the benefactor, and this is The Social Situation of Twitch.
This is one of my first videos, guys, so it's going to be a little rough. The information is still valid, still prevalent, and I will go over everything. If you have questions, let me know.
Well, I thank you for your question, but I have to say we're capitalists.
Hello everyone, Benefactor here. This is the first episode of The Social Situation where we talk about a wide variety of topics using a Marxist lens. Before we get into the internal contradictions and class conflict within Twitch, I need to put things in perspective with an introduction on material analysis outside of a wage market. You can learn more about the basics and history of Marxism through my interview on Facebook with Azure Scapegoat, linked to in the video description below.
Got deleted accidentally, and I cannot
It's true
find
that
it
Marxism can
anywhere.
be used as a tool to understand a multitude of systems within a wide variety of scientific fields from
Really wish I had
anthropology,
that interview. I'm gonna do another
socioeconomics,
interview with him if I
political
can.
science, and much more. To apply the dialectic analysis on material within a system such as the family household where labor is produced, you can begin to see how class conflict is possible outside a wage market. Marxism suggests that wherever there is a division of labor beyond one's sustenance, there must also be a surplus of value to that labor regardless of any physical contract. Within any household,
Now this is important. This is surplus value is an important term, so keep that in mind.
there is an undefined
We'll go
amount
over
of
that later.
necessary labor to be done. Cooking, cleaning, maintenance, etc. You also have a total amount of undefined free time to appropriate to said labor. In that context, any labor generated outside of sustaining yourself is considered surplus value, after which there is the decision of how to distribute this surplus. If I live with a spouse, and we both have a specific amount of free time to address the necessary labor, but I appoint all the work to the female, this can create class conflict within a feudal household that exposes an internal contradiction. The contradiction of a man constantly struggling to do less labor within the house, and a woman always struggling to do more while trying to maintain loyalty and love to one another.
Now that is an important contradiction. As you know, analyzing internal contradictions is what Marx did with economic systems, specifically slavery, which was the mainstream economic system. Think back in, the Roman era and in Egypt, and then feudalism, and then now capitalism. Now, if we analyze that through a dialectical lens like this, we can objectively analyze the internal contradictions that the systems will eventually succumb to. And this is how we analyze their social implications and externalities objectively.
Let's switch our focus for a minute from the household to a thriving online capitalist society, which currently seems to be isolated from objective Marxist critique. That is, until now. If we are to analyze the material conditions of a community such as Twitch, which operates as an eerie microcosm of our dystopian gig economy, in which a moderator's class are loosely compensated for the fruit of their labor by a content creator class of a few elitists, those minority whom are exponentially expanding their profit margins, a system of exploitation that Twitch itself and their capitalist, for-profit algorithm reinforces.
That when that deal is done, the $20 an hour, something is going on that you actually know, but you don't want to face, but I'm going to show it to you. When I hire you for 20 bucks an hour, I know that for every hour that you give me your work, your brains, your muscles to work, I'm going to have more stuff to sell at the end of the day because you're added to my workforce. You're going to help me produce more goods or more services or better quality goods and services than I would have if I didn't employ you. So I'm going to say to myself, it costs me to get Abby $20 an hour. What do I get out of it? I'm going to have the output that Abby adds by her labor. Now that has got to be more than 20 bucks. So the only way I'm going to hire you for $20 an hour is if you produce more in the hour than I give you. So when you feel in a vague way at the end of the day, as you walk home, that you're being ripped off, you're absolutely right. Or in Marx's language, exploited. So what does the capitalist say? I earned it. No, you didn't. He just ripped people off.
After all, Twitch's algorithm is only based on views, meaning the more you have, the more the algorithm favors you. This may be an equal distribution of shared content among the platform, but it is no means equitable or gives any consideration to material requirements for those starting out. This ultimately leads to a system that favors those who have already established a major following on other platforms and gives little help to those at the bottom who are relatively unknown. Some famous streamers might claim they made it on their own. However, when analyzing the various flaws in a system that shares information via the distribution process favoring already established mainstream content, these not-so-obvious flaws become obvious. This method of favoring distribution with already popular content is an issue in and of itself, giving less room than other platforms to obtain new mainstream content creators.
Thanks for stopping by, Joe. I appreciate it. To be honest, this episode is a little bit more obscure, and in retrospect, I probably should have done more introductory material before this video, but still, it is prominent in my full analysis of the situation regarding all forms of forbidden knowledge. As I stated before, I started out in a place of analyzing economics, socioeconomics, for years, and that was my major. So when I realized, when I started studying Marxism and Marxist critique of economic systems and their internal contradictions, specifically capitalism, I realized, and like a lot of us do who study the subject, that capitalism tries to ensure the conditions of its own existence in a lot of different ways. And one of those ways is by lying to us about its own definition. You ask anybody what the mainstream definition of capitalism is, and they'll say, oh, it's a system of free markets and private property, blah, blah, blah. And no, markets are about distribution. That's not how production is organized, and that's what Marx focused on, right? He focused on the organization of production and analyzing it from the root of production. Markets are how things are distributed. That's completely different. And when you analyze capitalism and you want to define capitalism, what is a definition? It's something that separates that word from other words, right? So you know what it is. What are the defining characteristics of capitalism? It's not free markets. We've had free markets. We've had markets in almost every civilization in the past, right? And freedom is a matter of perspective. So take that with a grain of salt. But so if it's not markets, then we go to private property. We've had private property in every society, pretty much. So it's not a system of private property in free markets. That's not what defines capitalism. That's a crappy definition, and that's obscure for an intention. That's malice. That's ill-intended. That's so we don't look at the Marxist definition, right? The true definition of capitalism, which is the way labor is organized with a small group or a single entity, the CEO, who gets what they do not produce, juxtapose the mass of workers who produce what they do not get. That is an internal contradiction. And the internal contradiction that Marx saw or noted in his analysis on in Das Kapital was just this fact, this simple fact. And you cannot escape it. You can't reform this away. It's baked into the system, right? You have a group of individuals, the owner class, who is striving to maximize the difference between how much you work and how much you get paid. They want you to work as much as you can and pay you as little as possible, right? That's why we have mandatory minimum wages. Otherwise, you wouldn't get paid anything you're worth. Not that I'm saying anybody does in the first place, but anyways, you juxtapose that against the fact that eventually, if a capitalist is so successful at doing this, the workers are not going to be able to afford what they themselves are producing because you're not giving them enough in wages back. It's a scam. It's the oldest scam in the book. I mean, if you had a group of individuals on an island, right? Say you're trying to survive on this island from a boat crash or a plane crash, and only one of yous had the tools to survive, you wouldn't appoint that person the authoritarian and king just because they had the tools that everybody else needed. You would set up a democratic system where you would all vote based on the needs of everybody.
Ignoring any fact that some may have had an initial boost due to viewers from a different platform whom someone else had built. Let alone the fact that this system of distributing mainstream content is solely based on raw views, a system YouTube itself even scrapped due to its inconsistent and unfair results. One must consider any following outside of said platform to have an actual objective critique on legitimate meritocracy within a community like Twitch. But I digress. Meritocracy aside, the community as a whole within Twitch operates within a capitalist for-profit structure. One that sees every choice it makes in the name of prioritizing profit and reinforcing said power structure above any kind of actual consumer requirement. In other words, there is every motivation to maintain a structure of class conflict. When looking a little closer at the actual labor produced within a Twitch community, an odd thing becomes apparent. The content creator class and the moderator class are largely separated by two factors: the algorithm, which favors those at the top and reinforces its for-profit model of success by maximizing advertisement investments. In other words, the more views you have, the more it will recommend your content to maximize the investment from advertisers. After all, there's no profit in a system that might show you something you won't like, causing you to not view any potential advertisement. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's impossible for someone to make it big on Twitch now, just improbable. I mean, the proof is in the put in, and what we see put in are very few mainstream content creators contrasted with a large variety of streamers who have maintained 0 views. Sometimes for years. Facebook isn't notorious for
I'd like to note that there is a common misconception about the saying the proof is in the put in. It's actually the proof is in the put in, not pudding, right? Because the proof is what you put into it. And this is another game of telephone, you know, where we have somebody who says something prominent and it gets repeated so much and misrepresented so much that it's completely different at the end. And this is no different than some of the agitprop we see with some of the trigger words such as socialism or Marxism or communism. You know, if you're immediately getting angry because you hear those terms, then you really don't fully understand them, and you've probably been susceptible to some kind of governmental agitprop.
Having a more equitable distribution of information. However, there are systems in place to level the playing field. A caveat here is that Facebook's algorithm is still operating under a for-profit model, meaning it might be a bit more equitable in the distribution. But they have found another way to tighten the noose of capital by implementing a pay-to-play feature that is largely necessary after the initial charity boost the algorithm gives you when first starting out. Factor 2 is probably the most frustrating and an area of exploitation I've noticed for a while.
This one is really
The
important.
struggles between the content creator class and moderator class of these communities. As the content creator class grows, these struggles grow more apparent as paralleled by any other capitalist enterprise. Chat moderation becomes a necessary labor within any Twitch sub-community. With the growth of said business comes the requirement to divide that labor. Now, we've already discussed that when any labor produced is divided, there is always a surplus value, or more value added by the workers than they input. This changing of material translates into the toil and trouble one must take to moderating a chat from trolls and other offenders. Moderators are sometimes also tasked with promotional duties for the enterprise. Let's contrast this with the largely labor-free content creator class who are regularly absent from this chat maintenance labor, but always get to decide what to do with its surplus value. The void in any mandatory wage compensation leads to inevitable class struggles within the Twitch sub-communities and online community as a whole, as the moderator class grows ever more alienated from the product of their labor. These class contradictions by their very nature are paradoxical, as one class is constantly struggling to maintain the growth and quality of their enterprise, while the other is struggling to get more recognition to grow theirs. The quid pro quo essentially taking the form of raids. A raid is a way of sending all your viewers to another business when you're done broadcasting, enticing those without a guaranteed paycheck to do free labor for you. This is no guarantee that these viewers will pay to stay. In other words, there are no set standards for compensation for said work.
That is the most important thing here. These streamers have multi-million-dollar companies. That's what these channels are now. And they're making millions and millions of dollars without any mandatory minimum wage for their moderators or editors. They sometimes throw them a gift card. Sometimes they don't do anything. Sometimes, oh, we'll give you a raid. You know, we'll raid your channel. It's very exploitative. And for people like Hasanabi, it's very hypocritical.
This hope of recognition and subsequent growth from someone else's success teeters closely to a modern-day multi-level marketing scheme. Some moderators often being compensated for their work with gift cards, or not at all in some cases.
Pour a glass of yellowtail because you have nothing better.
Don't be fooled. Just because the king is generous doesn't make them less of an authoritarian figurehead.
You're welcome.
In this way, Twitch has set up their platform to incentivize centralized authoritarian hierarchies. By limiting the platform to one content creator per business, it eliminates any potential for co-opted labor. To sum it up, Twitch is a strange amalgamation of a feudal and capitalist economic system that has some of the worst aspects of a gig economy and multi-level marketing scheme combined into one giant mess of class struggles.
That concludes our bro tip of the week.
However, being a moderator and a Twitch entrepreneur are not mutually exclusive. Some moderators are content creators, others aren't. This unusual dichotomy demonstrates the fluidity between the feudal and capitalist economic systems and can simultaneously classify some moderators to be in two different social classes. A king in one subcommunity and a servant in another. Reminiscence of cult-like behavior may start to formulate as those at the bottom deify those at the top. Let's remind ourselves of the characteristics of a cult. Great devotion to a person or idea, as well as persons united by devotion or allegiance to an artistic or intellectual movement or figure. I'm in no way implying we have any cults on Twitch now. These are simple observations. However, a caveat of inevitability still remains for this scenario, as unresolved class conflict always leads to pathological and destructive behavior. Listen, I'm not trying to be condescending or morally superior by pointing out this exploitation. I also don't have all the answers on how to reorganize labor within this kind of system, but I hope that by raising awareness to these issues, we can come together and formulate practical solutions. After all, how are we going to fix a problem if we aren't aware of it in the first place?
And that's pretty much my economic analysis of Twitch. And we are going to move on to the social situation, episode 2, which goes into the failures of a capitalist system to provide for the consumer regarding well, I can't say it, but the S-show, the SHIT, that was Cyberpunk and its launch, its failed launch. Now, a AAA title like that should have been launched with no hitches. It should have been a perfect game. And it turned out like crap. And the next episode will go over the inefficiencies within a capitalist system, specifically regarding the failure to provide for consumers along with workers. So,
hello everyone, and welcome back to The Social Situation. I'm your host, the Benefactor. Today I'm going to talk about inefficiency in a capitalist enterprise. I will open your eyes to the mysteries of the inherent flaws within a capitalist organization and explain why CEOs make irrational decisions that would affect the quality of their products. Sit back and get ready to take the red pill into the world of worker exploitation. And now, the social situation of Cyberpunk 2077.
Well, I thank you for your question, but I have to say we're capitalists.
There has been an issue with the way we organize our labor under a capitalist framework. The framework of an employer constantly struggling to maximize the difference between how much their employees work and how much they get paid. A system that focuses its priorities based on the power structure of an authoritarian nature, where one person, or a small minority, control the lives of potentially hundreds of thousands or more. Aside from the inherent contradiction of organizing production and distribution of goods and services in this way, a successful model inevitably leading to the workers not being able to buy what they produce. This way of organizing production also creates class tensions and inefficiencies between the majority who do the work and the minority who are usually disconnected from the everyday work environment and don't actually turn production or create profit themselves. Remember, management is classified as unproductive work.
think about that for a minute. Management is classified generally as unproductive work. Well, what does this mean? That means that their jobs are essentially useless, because in worker cooperatives, they are self-managed. People are trained to manage themselves. It is a way for the authoritarian hierarchical system of capitalism in that business to maintain power and control, right? It's like a security guard, right? They might be necessary to protect the business, but they're not actually generating any profit for the business. They're taking from your generated profit and potential wages. And this is what management does. They're largely unproductive labor, meaning they're a hindrance on your business.
Hey, Pam. Yeah, I forgot what day the interview was, and I drove to New York accidentally. Be like 3 hours late.
When you
Yeah,
realize
right?
that
How
there's a
many of you have
direct
had
link
boss
from
like
being
that?
overworked
How many
to
of you have
making
had a boss
avoidable
like that?
mistakes
Come
in the
on.
production process, it's easy to see how irrational capitalist organized
Vic.
businesses can actually be,
Thanks for joining us on this
sacrificing
Forbidden
any
Economics.
long-term stability for maximizing short-term profits.
Very prominent and special
Unfortunately,
episode.
these practices are widespread due to capitalism's tendency to ensure the conditions of its own existence. It does this by forcing business practitioners to solely focus on profit when starting a business, leading to wealth inequality, redistribution, and eventually monopolization of industry. This is a huge mistake. Businesses don't just exist to generate profit. They exist as staples in our economy that play vital functions. These functions, like transportation for goods and services, need to be prioritized since the economy, and subsequently its citizens, relies heavily on them. As our own government would say, these industries are too big to fail. You can patch them with band-aids all you want, but internal contradictions inevitably lead to instability.
Now, what is an internal contradiction? And we're going to get into that, the internal contradictions of capitalism specifically, but when analyzing the internal contradictions of capitalism, you have to understand that it's nothing unique. You know, these internal contradictions are what existed in previous economic systems and what led to their collapse. And by analyzing that, you can kind of analyze the social situation that we are in today.
Even businesses that don't appear to play any vital function in our economy actually do if you look a little closer. A healthy economy is one in which money is not stagnant or sitting around.
This is actually one of the most important, and I cannot overstate how important this is to understand how our economy functions in a healthy state. Money is not supposed to be stagnant in one person's bank account for their entire life, okay? A healthy economy sees most of the money in the economy flowing from one hand to the other. Yes, you can have money saved up in a bank account, but I'm talking about hoarding wealth like we've seen in the top 1% of the top 1%. Right? They hoard this enormous amount of wealth offshores, and that's off limits to the circulation that we need. That's basically taking oxygen away from the economy.
That don't appear to play any vital function in our economy actually do if you look a little closer. A healthy economy is one in which money is not stagnant or sitting around. A healthy economy is one where money is circulating, being transferred from one person to the next as fast as possible, like the blood pumping through an inorganic body that is supplying oxygen to vital organs, one after the other to keep itself alive. It's just a shame that nobody sees the need to fix the failures of a business before that threshold is crossed. I would recommend addressing contradictions within the business first. By doing so, you are addressing the instability within the enterprise. These mistakes may seem innocent in the video game industry. However, if we shift our focus for a moment and apply this logic to other industries, you can now understand how employers are directly responsible for unnecessarily putting their employees in harm's way, simply by structuring the business as an authoritarian top-down hierarchy, subjecting them to harsh working conditions or unsafe environments, seeing employees as nothing more than numbers on paper or just a means to an end.
That's why unions are so prominent in my industry, the construction industry, because for decades, construction companies and the owners had gotten away with loose safety regulations, and they didn't care about the safety of their employees because they weren't legally obligated to. Why should they? It's not profitable for them to. They're focused on profit, not providing a service for their society.
A warning for future entrepreneurs
many construction
using the
workers'
dialectic
deaths,
analysis on the situation,
will
which is
unionize.
analyzing the back and
You're
forth
right.
interaction between two opposing forces and observing the created change over time. You can begin to see seeing employees as nothing more than numbers on paper or just a means to an end. A warning for future entrepreneurs using the dialectic analysis on the situation, which is analyzing the back and forth interaction between two opposing forces and observing the created change over time. you can begin to see how treating workers like robots instead of human beings with real-life needs, such as breaks and appropriate amount of leisure time outside of work, will inevitably lead to inefficiencies. As a business owner, cracking the whip is one of the most counterproductive practices you can participate in. We will refer you to Maslow's hierarchy of human needs, or the theory of human motivation as evidence of these ideas. By applying the dialectical analysis, one can see the inherent contradiction between the profit-driven capitalist enterprise and workers' basic human needs. In the context of analyzing the situation of worker exploitation, the dialectical analysis highlights the struggle between the capitalist class seeking profit and the working class seeking better working conditions and treatment. Maslow's hierarchy of needs offers strong scientific evidence as to why employee well-being should be a top priority. Maslow's hierarchy of needs is a theory that proposes that human needs can be organized into a hierarchy, with basic physiological and safety needs at the bottom, followed by needs for love and belonging, esteem, and self-actualization. In the context of the inefficiencies of a capitalist enterprise, overworking employees can be seen as a violation of their basic physiological and safety needs, as well as their needs for balance and personal growth. When employees are overworked, they may experience physical and emotional exhaustion, which can lead to burnout, decreased job satisfaction, and increased turnover. This can ultimately result in decreased productivity, decreased profitability, and decreased overall success of the enterprise. Thus, it is important for capitalist enterprises to consider the needs of their employees and prioritize their well-being in order to achieve long-term success. Let's give a couple of examples before I postulate a couple of solutions. Not long ago, CD Projekt Red was in the headlines due to its major release, Cyberpunk falling short of its delivery concerning the last-gen consoles. I'm sure there are many reasons why this happened, but let's look at the root of the production process and work our conclusions from there. CD Projekt Red had implemented something the gaming industry calls crunch time. This is a period of time where the developer pushes the workers to input an enormous amount of time and labor, often lasting months and sometimes even years.
We're living really long hours.
I had a hard time just talking to people because I was just kind of tired and angry all the time. We pretty much crunched that whole year.
Leading up to the much-anticipated launch of the game, and with extensive pressure from investors, CD Projekt Red implemented a 6-day work week, forcing their employees to push production to their limit. Furthermore, reports from former CD Projekt Red employees show that the crunch periods lasted extremely long, and some employees were close to working 100 hours per week. This level of overwork can lead to numerous consequences, including burnout, which can have detrimental effects on the mental and physical health of employees. Inefficiencies arise when companies try to prioritize profits over employee well-being, causing a direct impact on the quality of their products. Another issue with crunch time is that it can lead to a culture of fear and overwork, with employees motivated by the fear of being left behind or seen as less productive than their colleagues. This culture
Think that the culture that's being created here is very psychologically deteriorating, specifically because some of us know that we're being worked almost to death, and we have to make up appearances, keep up appearances, because some of our other peers don't realize it, or they don't care how much they're being taken advantage of. And you have a situation where it's like, well, I can do it, man. Why can't you? That's not the point. The point is, we're not robots, okay?
can lead to a lack of creativity, innovation, and communication, reducing the overall productivity and efficiency of the workforce. Now, let's contrast this with some alternate labor experiments done. Microsoft recently implemented a 4-day workweek experiment in Japan, and their results were interesting but not surprising. Their productivity went up by 40%. Other examples can be given of experiments with 6-hour workdays, rather than 8 hours that yield similar results. I say that it's not surprising because humans are not machines. When you have an employer who is trying to squeeze the employee to maximize the difference between labor input and wage, of course you're going to lose productivity in the process. Doing so, you have not chosen the path of least resistance. To address the issue of overwork and inefficiencies in capitalism, Companies need to prioritize the well-being of their employees and shift their focus from short-term profits to long-term sustainability. One potential solution could be to implement a 4-day workweek or a reduced workday, as seen in successful experiments. Additionally, creating a culture that encourages communication, collaboration, and innovation can lead to a more productive and efficient workforce. Ultimately, it is essential for companies to recognize that a healthier and more fulfilled workforce leads to better and more effective products overall. As Frederick Douglass once said, power concedes nothing without demand. In the end, this is a power structure that is essentially strangling itself. When you loosen the noose of capitalism and introduce democracy into the workplace, such as a worker co-op, you obtain more efficiency, quality, and productivity because the workers are personally invested in their place of work. By loosening or eliminating the grip on labor input with progressive labor strategies, you also get the added bonus of a more focused, enthusiastic, and energetic workforce. Workers who are researching the problems and solutions, investing their time into studying up on topics such as business and economics, getting involved in the academics, the theoretical, and the practical, they become an indispensable apparatus of the enterprise in which to maximize efficiency and productivity.
I like to remind people that unions are essentially a craving for democracy where we have none and we want it the most. Our workplace, right? We have no democracy economically. We have no democracy in your workplace. You go to work and you do what you're told. There is no pretense of democracy there, right? But we have a fetish in this country. We fetishize democracy. Understandably so, democracy is a good way of organizing, right? So when we have that contradiction and we're faced with it, we have to have an outlet somehow. And the union provides a little bit of democracy where we have absolutely none, right? Again, you go to work and you do what you are told. There is no pretense of democracy in the workplace. So this idea of having a country based on democracy is laughable when we have none in the place you spend most of your lives.
These are byproducts of organizing production in this manner, where each worker is also part owner of the business. While Marxism provides a critical theoretical framework for understanding the exploitation of workers in the capitalist system, practical solutions must take into account the unique circumstances and factors within different industries and contexts. Overall, it is essential to recognize that exploitation and economic inequality are systemic issues that require systemic solutions. While individual actions and choices can contribute to these problems, addressing the root causes requires collective efforts and structural change. Marx argued that the wage system, in general, creates a division between productive and unproductive labor, where unproductive labor is not valued or paid fairly. Marxism teaches us that minimum wage laws only address the symptoms of the problem and not the underlying structural inequalities in capitalist society. Instead, he advocated for the abolition of wage labor and a move towards a socialist system where all labor is valued and compensated fairly. Let's look at Paul Cockshott's theory for a moment, a theory proposed in his incredible book, Towards a New Socialism. In his book, he proposes using a socialist economic planning system to replace the market economy. In this system, every worker would be allocated a certain number of non-fungible labor tokens that represent the amount of time they have worked. Each token would have a standardized value based on the average productivity of all workers. These non-fungible labor tokens would allow workers to be compensated fairly based on the amount of work they have performed without the need for wages or salaries. Additionally, the tokens could not be freely exchanged, ensuring that workers are not exploitative of others. This system aims to abolish wage labor by enabling workers to have more control over the means of production and the decision-making process. The planning system would be democratic, with decisions made through a system of councils composed of elected representatives from different industries and communities. While Paul Cockshott's proposed new socialism aims to give workers more control over the means of production and decision-making processes, the concept of self-exploitation is not viewed as a problematic issue within his framework. This is because the primary objective is to eliminate systemic exploitation of one class over the other. rather than addressing individual-level exploitation as we do now. Additionally, workers would have the ability to democratically participate in decision-making processes, including work hours and labor allocation, reducing the pressure to prioritize their labor over their own well-being. Overall, the proposed system seeks to create a more equitable and fair distribution of resources, minimizing the need for individuals to self-exploit. Cockshott's theory proposes a revolutionary economic system that aims to eliminate economic inequality, end wage labor, and create a more just and equitable society. In a Marxist sense, labor exploitation refers to the extraction of surplus value from workers beyond their basic subsistence needs. It occurs when the wages paid to workers are insufficient to cover the costs of their reproduction. Workers are left with limited or no ability to improve their living conditions or accumulate wealth, while capitalists profit from their labor.
The way most corporations work is 4 times a year, they take the profits they've made in the preceding 3 months, and they distribute a portion of them to their shareholders. These distributions are called dividends. So if you own a lot of shares, say because you inherited them from your grandma, or you stole money and bought them on the stock market, there are lots of ways of getting them. But if you have them, 4 times a year, you go to your mailbox in the morning and you get an envelope and you tear it open, and inside is a check for your share of the profits that have been distributed to shareholders. For rich people, this is millions of dollars. They have all that money. What did they do exactly to earn that money? Nothing. Those people are going to tell me they earned? Earned what? Did they ever set foot in the factory? No. Do they have any idea what this company does? No, they don't care. They are simply sitting there collecting. Well, let's now do a little logic. If there are people like shareholders who get a lot of goods and services they didn't help produce, then there must be elsewhere in that system people who produce what they do not get. So that means if we allow that we are saying some people, your job is to produce a lot more than you get so that these people can get a lot more than they produce. For Marx, he stands up and says, I rest my case. This system sucks.
There are 2 primary ways that capitalists steal from their workers. Absolute labor exploitation occurs when an employee is forced to work mandatory overtime on a fixed salary, allowing the company to take advantage of the capping your pay by demanding more and more. Relative labor exploitation, from a Marxist perspective, involves the intensification of labor and increased productivity without a corresponding increase in compensation. This situation arises when workers are pushed to produce more output in the same amount of time, or to increase their efficiency and skill level. Yet they do not receive additional wages or benefits proportional to their increased productivity. This generates surplus value for the capitalist and widens the gap between the value they extract from labor and the compensation provided to workers. A perfect example of this is in the early stages of computer programming. Writing complex code required significant time and effort. As programmers gained experience and new programming languages were developed, the same tasks became easier and less time-consuming. This allowed programmers to produce more software or accomplish more complex tasks within a given time frame. However, there has been a stagnation regarding not only wages compared to inflation, but also productivity as well. This tells us that with the introduction of computer technology, what used to require a room full of people could now be done by one person with a computer.
You know what he did? He watched me work for 10 minutes and then started to design a simple piece of software that could replace me. Is that even possible? As it turns out, yes.
No. We're throwing out the entire playbook. We're starting from scratch. We're implementing a brand new system.
We're screwed. Are you listening to what he's saying? Retraining, new system, youth. I'm telling you, this kid is the Grim Reaper.
I think I am programmed to be your enemy. I think it is my job to destroy you when it comes to selling paper.
And if they knew how much I was paying for my haircut now, they wouldn't be giving me a nuggie. It was $200.
Hey, I just think you should know that one of my salesmen beat your stupid computer. So take that, ass.
All that productivity condensed down into one individual output with absolutely no adjustment to compensation.
What is the Matrix? Control. The Matrix is a computer-generated dream world built to keep us under control in order to change a human being into this.
No. I don't believe it.
I didn't say it would be easy, Neo. I just said it would be the truth.
Do you see now how companies pulled a fast one on us?
Mr. Bezos, are stolen goods sold on Amazon?
And we wonder why generation after generation it gets harder for individuals to own cars or houses without going into debt. Why more young adults are living with their parents. For over 40 years, we've substituted what should have been increases in wage for overtime and debt.
Look at that.
Like a frog.
No, look at this.
Why more young adults are living with their parents. For over 40 years, we've substituted what should have been increased.
That is the percentage of U.S. household wealth by age of generation. This is ridiculous. This is why we see the younger generations more often than not living with their parents into their 30s because they just can't afford to keep up with the giant wage gap compared to inflation. The real wage has not gone up in over 40 years. Now, we've substituted the difference and tricked ourselves by maintaining our material conditions, right? We can buy nice things with debt. We can buy nice things with overtime. But we're not thinking about the larger implications of that. We're working more and more and borrowing more and more to get what our previous generations more easily acquired.
Is in wage for overtime and debt. Like a frog unaware of his demise in a pot of heating water. A genocide on the middle class. End-stage capitalism, where the workers can no longer afford to buy the goods and services they are producing. The idea of self-exploitation is a bit controversial. By Marx's definition, exploitation involves taking advantage of someone else's labor for your own benefit without fairly compensating them. Therefore, someone cannot exploit themselves because self-exploitation does not. It is possible-exploitation because as these systems expand, because it does not involve the systematic exploitation of workers by capitalists in a capitalist mode of production. By perpetuating unequal power dynamics and controlling resources, systems of top-down authoritarian hierarchies will always ensure the conditions of their own existence, because as these systems expand, those conditions are always going to be considered. Those considerations are only limited by the size and amount of resources at each system's disposal. In other words, the bigger the system, the more it can ensure the conditions of its own existence. Capitalism is by far the most powerful and widespread system that recorded history has ever seen, economic or otherwise. It's no wonder that it hasn't succumbed to its internal contradictions. Every time this house of cards gets ready to fall, the system makes an incremental change to prevent that from happening, essentially gluing the cards together instead of rebuilding the structure out of something more stable. And because the system is so widespread and powerful, those incremental changes are more likely to succeed in avoiding the revolution that comes from destabilizing class conflict. Capitalism produces the contradictions.
We just watched Bernie Sanders' town hall on CEOs versus workers, and I want to give you some startling facts. American Airlines, they say they don't have enough money to pay their workers well, but yet last year they made $1.9 billion of profits. Their CEO, Doug Parker, he got paid $31 million. What happened to you don't have enough money?
Then the tensions.
The union members have prevented people from actually also leaving the plant here.
And then the failed solutions.
From December 2007 to June 2009, the United States suffered an extended economic downturn that came to be known as the Great Recession.
And then the rebels who push for the abolishment of the current system for the next one. This phenomenon has happened throughout history, from slavery to feudalism, and can be tracked as a clear pattern of
predictable irrationality.
Therefore, Marx argued that the only way to truly end exploitation and break this vicious cycle is to abolish capitalism and establish a socialist system in which workers own and control the means of production.
Anybody who defends the system of capitalism we have at this point has just not been trained to see those patterns. And my job here is to train you into recognizing those patterns of instability and translating them into something that you can actually analyze and that makes sense, right? The system that we have is inherently undemocratic. It is inherently unstable. If you analyze capitalism every 4 to 8 years, anywhere it's existed, in any point in history, there is an economic downturn where capitalism is. And that translates into lost jobs, lost lives. I think Richard Wolff has a joke. He said, if you lived with a roommate that was unstable as capitalism, you would have moved out long ago. That's an inherently unstable system. And we're still in a housing bubble because they haven't fixed any of the actual issues that they incited in 2008 regarding the subprime mortgage crisis. So, it's anybody that says they can go back to something pure, like we just need a pure capitalism, is not seeing the clear pattern of evolution of the system. Like it begs the question, why will the system turn out any different?
The release of Cyberpunk 2077, with its numerous glitches and problems, can be traced directly back to the inefficiencies within the capitalist enterprise. One that prioritizes profits over employee well-being, and that fosters a culture of overwork by placing value on you based on the amount of labor you output. The development process involved the use of crunch periods that forced employees to work long hours, leading to burnout and mental and physical health issues. Such working conditions lead to a reduction in creativity, communication, and innovation, resulting in inefficiencies that culminate in subpar product releases. To address these issues, alternative labor policies, such as a 4-day work week or 6-hour workdays, can be implemented. Microsoft's pilot project in Japan, which involved a 4-day workweek test, resulted in increased employee productivity by 40%, demonstrating the benefits of reduced working hours. Worker cooperatives also offer a potential solution, since democratic decision-making ensures that employees' well-being and interests remain as one of the enterprise's top priorities, leading to a highly productive and efficient workforce. Like any physical structure, a business that reinforces the base of its labor will find stability in the organization as a whole. Therefore, to ensure long-term sustainability, companies should prioritize employee well-being by fostering a culture that encourages creativity, collaboration, communication, innovation, and work-life balance. This approach will undoubtedly lead to the development of better quality products without compromising the health, safety, and well-being of employees. How do you feel about some of these alternative labor arrangements? Do you feel there are any additional ways we can increase productivity and help the workers? Embrace the forbidden and liberate your mind. Join our brand new forum and website, where we delve into controversial topics from...
All right, so that was episode 2 of The Social Situation, the social situation of Cyberpunk 2077, and what led to its failed release. The next episode on our list is the final, the finale of The Social Situation Season 1. I don't think there's going to be a Season 2, as I've kind of said everything I need to on the subjects, and all the information is already here, available for everybody in these 3 episodes. This episode is quite a bit longer. It's about an hour and a half. We are going to pause it often, and I'm going to give more context into some of these topics that we're going to discuss on this episode. But before we do that, I'm going to take a short break. And if anybody has any questions or comments, please feel free to drop them in the chat, and I will address them when I return. I appreciate everything, and for those who might not agree with my analysis here, I do appreciate you for sticking along and hearing me out as well. As I've said many times before, we're not all going to agree on everything, but to understand where I'm coming from, specifically the contributions that I have to the analysis of free energy and how to bypass it, or how to prevent these suppression mechanisms in future societies, I think this is very important, because we can't do it unless we go beyond our current economic system in some way, right? So with that, I'm going to leave you maybe a quick 5-minute break and digest those thoughts and get back to you with episode 3, The Social Situation of American Politics.
In the depths of hidden files, trapped inside the secret circuits, unraveling through the miles, oh, truth was masked by coded curtains. You didn't know, we're shattering the silence, feel the power, revelations on the rise. Shadows lie emergence, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points in gravity converge, yeah, guiding voices, revelation start. Ancient whispers call, they're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in now, we're shattering the silence, feel the power, revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see, unveiling secrets, setting minds free. In this epic, we play our part with fierce hearts. You didn't know, we're shattering the silence, feel the power, revelations on the rise.
In base lab alone with my mind, scribbled theories they all refuse to find. I've been working on energy for a brand new day, but even in the crowd I'm still a castaway. Alienated from the A's of added nature in disguise, ideas ahead of time dismissed with narrow eyes. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy, changing the system but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking lab 0 point, the points lost on them. Capital structures crumbling from the same old Sam. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor under injustice burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish when I teach them boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Chasing revolution friends in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brains is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? South where the fireflies go, there's a man named Michael with a vision to show. Billy told to go, he's got the spark, dreaming of a future that'll light up the dark. But on the other side, Bill Nye's on the rise, because that gold chart sees cut out all the lies. And it's just fixed, it's all in the map. You can't pull from it either, you're just chasing a path. But oh, Michael's rising like a morning sun. With the power of either, he will be outdone. Now stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. In the heart of a laugh, the tension was thick. Skeptics gathered round the table ready to pick. Chose your fruit, fed neck, and taste beer, and I find the stream. You're just chasing a spin. The Michael smiled by with fire in his eyes. Just watch as I spin, let the naysayers cry. Girl spin fast in a heart full of fight. I'll show you the power that's hidden inside. Oh, Michael's rising like the morning sun. With the power of either, he will be outdone. Well, stand up and shout, let the truth be unfurled. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. The best there's ever been.
All right. So G Narcissist says the work is worth more than the money for the employer, and the money is worth more to the employee. The value is relative. No one gets ripped off. The employee can find another job if it's not fair. So to respond to this, you can, and we're actually going to be responding to this directly in the first chapter of our next video, so I will not spoil anything, but to respond to this, I just simply will say there is an uneven power dynamic going on at play, right? Where the employee has less power than the employer, meaning the employer has more negotiating power regarding wages, and the system is inherently unfair. Whereas if you look at a worker cooperative, say you have a problem with wages. Now, a traditional capitalist business will try to maximize profit. And what does this mean? This means trying to increase the profit every quarter, regardless if they need it or not. Regardless if they're doing a good job and providing good service, they're still trying to focus on the profit. Whereas a worker cooperative would mostly focus on providing the service and taking care of the actual workers. So when you juxtapose this, you can see like there would never be an instance in a worker cooperative where they democratically make the decisions together as a business. There would never be an instance where one person gets an enormous amount of the profits while the other workers have to borrow money to send their kids to school. It's not going to happen. You also don't have situations where, you know, people are going to vote to pollute their own environments, the environments they themselves have to live in, the communities, where whereas the CEO normally is so rich, he's living outside of those communities in a completely different world. It is inherently an undemocratic system, and we have to seriously reevaluate our ethics as a community here regarding the way we organize labor. And I'm not advocating to force anybody to change, but I am trying to get people to see the light, and I do lead by example. And Beneficence TV has always been a worker cooperative. Now, we haven't expanded yet, but when we do, we will be a worker cooperative, meaning the workers together will make the decisions democratically, if it ever comes to that. And I hope it does, because worker cooperatives, they're proven to be more efficient and, in my opinion, more ethical. So with that, we're going to go into the social situation of American politics. And that kind of goes into the backgrounds of introductory material of Marxism, some of the background of Karl Marx himself, along with his labor theory of value and how it differentiates from other theories of value. And again, this is all a forbidden socioeconomic science, right? They don't teach Marxist economics in most schools. You'll be very hard-pressed to find one in any. I believe Richard Wolff went to all the prestigious colleges or universities, and not one of his professors even wanted to talk about the subject.
Have you ever wondered why American politics is so funny?
2016 has escalated into laughs, from awkward air kissing to sniffing. The Donald's not allergic to kids. He actually signed one, but threatened to reassign a crying baby.
Don't worry about that baby, I love babies.
A minute later...
Actually, I was only kidding. You can get the baby out of here. What's your name?
Name. And then there was the childlike delight in balloons.
It seemed like he'd seen balloons for the first time in his life.
Why this dichotomy of left and right often plays out as nonsense.
Nevada.
At one rally...
Hey, get this thing out of here, will you?
Trump attacked his teleprompter. He publicly humiliated...
Like this stupid mic.
His microphone.
Stupid mic keeps popping.
Remember when Hillary barked into her mic? Ow, 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 ow. And then this happened at a Trump rally.
This is something you shouldn't do. What was that? Is that a dog? Uh-oh. It's Hillary.
Nonsense with little to no impact on the material conditions of everyday working people.
That's a good question. And I ask myself that too. Why can't I be rich? You look at me, I'm dirty. I work 10, 12 hours a day. I'm going to take care of my family. And at the end of the week, I'm broke.
Have you ever wondered why characters like Donald Trump and other celebrities have become increasingly more attractive compared to career politicians?
And on that ballot will be their names and mine.
As you probably could have guessed by this moment, I have decided in 2020 to run for president.
Get ready to take a deep dive into the corrupt world of politics as we use a Marxist lens to analyze the two political parties and their dialectical effects on the material conditions of the working class.
People don't even realize that we're at war right now. We're in a social war, a spiritual war, an economical war. We're supposed to be working together. You know, this is the United States of America.
Why do we have it in our brains that they're the only two choices? Because they've made us think that way, and the media makes you think that way because they don't cover anybody else.
Here, on The Social Situation.
you for your question, but I have to say we're capitalists.
So let me start. A very famous and very effective political leader once responded to his fellow members of his movement who had complained that the mass of people that they were trying to organize was hard to organize, and people complained and were unhappy, but they didn't do anything, and decade after decade went by. And so he responded to them and he said, you know, it's true. For decades, nothing happens. And then in a few weeks, decades happen. I think we're in a few weeks.
Welcome back to The Social Situation. I'm your host, the Benefactor. Today I'd like to take a deep dive into our corrupt political system. I'll show you a direct link between the lack of proper representation for working-class taxpayers versus the overwhelming representation for the minority business owner class, leading to a stagnation in progress amongst legislation that directly translates into deteriorating living conditions and a dwindling of the middle class. To do this, we must first apply the dialectical analysis on material. If you've watched my previous episodes, I explained the dialectical analysis and how it is a scientific lens which you can use as a tool to analyze and understand aspects of the world. To summarize, in classical philosophy, idealism is the process of analyzing ideas in order to understand the world. It states that to understand the world, you must first understand the ideas that come from it.
Marx was a philosopher. He comes out of a school of thought that believed that ideas were the supreme achievement of human beings. And so the world is really shaped by something prior to the world, namely ideas. So the notion is, sometimes called idealism, that the real world is the product of ideas. And if you want to really understand the real world, go to the ideas that make it what it is. Marx rejected that. For him, the material is just as important as the ideal.
In Marxian philosophy, Marx took this one step further. He said that to understand the world, you have to understand the ideas, yes, but you must also understand the material world and the interactions between the two, or the back and forth between ideas and material. Not just how ideas shape our material reality, but also how our material reality shapes our ideas.
If you want to see where the material comes from, it's shaped by ideas. But, and here comes his radicalism, it runs the other way too. The ideas don't come from nowhere. They come out of the real world. The ideas we have as people have to do with the real material problems we have as human beings and how we solve them. Where do we get our food? Where do we get our shelter? How do we get protection as little children from the elements, from our parents? All of these real material matters of life and survival are shaping our ideas every bit as much as our ideas shape the reality. Dialectical materialism is the name for a point of view that says if you want to understand the world, you need to look at how ideas shape the material, but the other way too, and the two have interact. That's the way to see the world. And for that reason, when it came to explaining the problems of capitalism, he never could and never did suggest it's all because of the ideas of people about capitalism. It's the real way human beings make their food, solve their clothing problems, their relationship problems that shape their ideas as much. And he was going to analyze capitalism through that lens of the interaction of ideas and concrete material reality back and forth.
Marx uses this scientific lens to objectively understand complex systems by analyzing the interactions between two opposing forces and observing the created changes over time. With this dialectical lens, you can break down and better understand more complex systems, from political economy all the way to science and technology.
Yes, this lens has specifically helped me understand not only economics and socioeconomics, but it's helped me understand the electrodynamics of engineering electrical systems as well. So it's very, very important. It's very simple logic that you're applying here. You're saying, oh, I'm going to watch the interactions between two opposing forces, and then I'm going to observe the created changes from those interactions of opposing forces, and I'm going to observe those changes over time. That's all it's doing. Very simple objective lens.
Before we begin to break down and analyze the political oligarchy within the United States, I must first go over the basics of Marx's labor theory of value and how it relates to exploitation. This exploitation is understood by examining the different kinds of value, such as the surplus value every worker generates with their labor input. Cracking the economic code with the labor theory of value. The labor theory of value, proposed by Karl Marx, suggests that the value of a commodity is determined by the socially necessary labor time required to produce it. According to this theory, the more labor that goes into producing a commodity, the more value it holds. To fully understand this theory, it's important to distinguish between two key concepts: embodied labor and living labor. Embodied labor refers to the past labor that is congealed or embedded in a commodity. It represents the cumulative labor that has gone into the production process, including the raw materials, tools, and machinery used, as well as the labor required to create and maintain them. Think of the hammer needed for the laborer to make that chair. This concept acknowledges that commodities are not solely the product of immediate or living labor, but also encompass the labor that is stored and preserved in them. Kind of like how potential energy can be stored in a system. Just as potential energy is the stored energy that can be converted into kinetic energy to perform work. Embodied labor represents the cumulative labor that has been invested in the various components of a commodity. This labor is transformed into value during the production process when living labor interacts with the inputs of production. In this sense, labor cannot be created nor destroyed. Like particle physics, labor also follows the principles of conservation of energy. Like energy, labor can only be transformed from one form to another, from embodied labor to the value it represents. On the other hand, living labor refers to the labor that is currently performed by workers in the production process. It is the direct exertion of human effort and skill in transforming raw materials and utilizing the means of production to create new commodities. Living labor is the active force that adds new value to the inputs and brings the embodied labor to life. It is through this labor that the final product is shaped and brought to market. Think of yourself, the human employee, as the living labor that utilizes the hammer to make the chair. The labor theory of value highlights the dialectical relationship between embodied labor and living labor. Embodied labor represents the past accumulation of labor, while living labor represents the present labor input that generates value. These two forms of labor can be seen as potential and kinetic energy. Only when potential energy is transformed into kinetic energy will you get any useful work. From an engineering perspective, the value of a commodity is determined by the combination of these two forms of labor. The socially necessary labor time required to produce a commodity takes into account both the embodied labor already invested in the materials and means of production, as well as the living labor added during the current production process. As you can see, this represents a more scientific approach than the utility theory of value, which is a mainstream theory that suggests value is placed subjectively on personal utility. After all, just try measuring how much pleasure or utility ice cream gives you. The answer to that is subjective, compared to asking the question, how much labor was used to make that ice cream? An objective approach at examining the underlying variables, which ultimately leads to a better understanding of prices. When using science to analyze complex systems, you must look at objective variables that can be quantified, not subjective ones left up to personal interpretation. I must emphasize that the labor theory of value is not a theory of prices. It is a theory of value. This theory of value does not operate on the premise of predicting or determining market prices directly. Instead, it provides a framework for understanding the underlying source of value in commodities. Prices in a capitalist economy are influenced by various factors, such as supply and demand, market competition, and subjective valuation. However, the labor theory of value offers insights into the social relations and exploitative nature of capitalist production. It is not used to determine prices, but to resolve paradoxes of traditional economic theories such as the utility theory of value.
This is an important chapter because a lot of people
In the
use
utility theory of value, The value of a commodity is based on the amount of utility that commodity has to the individual. In this utility theory, a paradox arises when considering water as one of the most useful resources on the planet for life and its relatively low market value. In contrast, a diamond has limited utility compared to their high market value. This is the water-diamond paradox, and when analyzing things through a Marxist lens, you can successfully resolve this contradiction. Because if prices are governed more by utility rather than labor, then water would clearly have more market value than diamonds. By simply quantifying the amount of labor that has been input into a commodity, you can begin to see how labor directly correlates with value, which can then be used to analyze the more complex idea of price. Price represents the amount of money a commodity can be exchanged for in the market, while value refers to the socially necessary labor time required to produce that commodity, meaning that the value of a product is determined by the amount of labor put into making it, regardless of its market price. But that value can be useful in determining that price. Like a fractal, where one part represents the whole, so does labor, value, and price. By considering these concepts of embodied and living labor, we can grasp the dynamic interplay between the past accumulation of labor and the present labor input. In this context, my theories of incorporating the concept as above so below into the social sciences suggests that there might be a similar underlying pattern or relationship between labor, value, and price at various levels.
Therefore, all of creation, from galaxies to planets to elements, all resonate in unison with a collective chord referred to by our ancestors as above so below. This principle embodies the truth that there is always a correspondence between the laws and phenomena of the various planes of being and life.
And if we're going to recognize these patterns throughout all phenomenons and planes of existence, then we should apply them to the social sciences as well. And this is the attempt at doing that, bridging that gap.
By exploring this analogy further, there might be common principles or dynamics to consider that operate at both the macro and micro levels within capitalist systems. This understanding allows for a more comprehensive analysis of the value-forming process and the exploitation of labor within capitalist systems. Just as a fractal pattern repeats itself across different scales, the interaction between labor, value, and price could potentially manifest in similar ways across different levels of socioeconomic organization. A side note here is that Marx's labor theory of value is not original. He based his theory of value off of classical economists like Adam Smith and David Ricardo, who were using it to defend capitalism. However, Marx extended and modified their theories in significant ways. Smith and Ricardo believed that the value of an item was determined by the amount of labor put into making it. Marx expanded on this idea by emphasizing the importance of the average amount of time society deems necessary for producing something. Think of baking a cake. If a cake takes an average of 1 hour to bake, the labor time necessary to produce that cake is 1 hour. According to Marx's labor theory of value, the value of the cake would be based on that average time. Now, let's say someone invents a new baking technique that cuts the baking time in half. The socially necessary labor time for producing a cake would now be reduced to 30 minutes. As a result, the value of cakes produced using this new technique would be determined based on this reduced labor time. Marx also introduced the concept of surplus value. Surplus value is the difference between the value of the goods or services produced by the workers and the wages they receive.
To make money, to come away with more than they threw in. There's no magic here. They haven't overcome the laws of thermodynamics. They understand that you don't get out more than you put in. Well, what happens? How? Well, they're not getting out more than they're putting in. What they're getting out is what they put in, the raw materials, the workers, the technology, and they get out what those things can produce. But what they can produce is more than what they give to their employees as their income. And that more, which they like to call profit, is why they're in business. They want to get that more from this situation, which they do. And that's why they're the employer. That's why they're in the position of deciding when it's profitable to hire someone and when it isn't. That's why capitalism basically holds all of us that are employees hostage. The boss is always in the following relationship to the worker. If you're the boss, you want to get more out of the worker and give him less. And the worker very quickly understands that the name of the game for him or her is to get as much out of you as possible and spend the maximum amount of time imaginable in the bathroom. Smoking cigarettes.
This means that workers produce more value than they are paid in wages, and capitalists benefit from this extra value. Marx argued that this creates a conflict between the working class and the capitalists in a capitalist system. That worker is using his labor to increase the value of a commodity by utilizing the hammer to build the chair. The chair can then be sold by the capitalist for more than the cost to make it. The capitalist strives to increase the difference between labor input and the amount of compensation for making the chair. This is called maximizing profits, and it always comes at the expense of the people who are the ones generating the surplus value.
This is called a fundamental opposition of interests. It is a bizarre way of organizing production by putting people who don't trust and hate and struggle against each other. And you know what it does? It produces lots of grotesque inefficiency. You know what the word sabotage comes from? It's a French word. Sabot is a wooden shoe in French. And if a worker was angry at the boss, which he usually is, what he would do is take the sabot and stick it in the machine, messing it up. And that's called sabotage. That's why you have that.
That's why
word.
we have that.
Okay?
That's why
Workers
we have
are
that
always
word.
doing that kind of thing because they're angry. Bosses know that. In fact, bosses usually assume you're angry at them, even if you are. And then they spend a lot of money hiring people like my wife as a psychotherapist to come up with what kind of music to pipe into the workplace to distract you from the anger they think you feel.
By reaching 75% refinement on Sienna, you have earned for you and your fellow refiners a 5-minute music dance experience. Heli, please approach the MDE cart. You may choose one genre and one accessory. The maraca.
The workers generate the surplus value while the capitalist exploits their labor and doesn't actually generate value themselves, reminding us that within every capitalist business is a king or queen. Ironic that we spend so much energy trying to escape feudalism only to install kings within miniature kingdoms, techno-feudalistic platforms where the CEO is commander-in-chief of their own personal sovereign corporal country.
It's America, brother. We don't do kings.
Oh, we do. We do. Just call them something else.
What we're recommending is finding significant efficiencies by laying off the people at the bottom of the company and paying more to the people at the top.
Hey, that's me. Yes. With the money signs?
Yes.
It's me at the top.
Okay.
Marx's labor theory of value was not about determining prices. It was part of his larger analysis of capitalism. He used the theory to criticize capitalism by highlighting contradictions that inherently generate inequality and lead to periodic economic crises. Due to the exploitation of workers from capitalists that extract more value than they pay in wages, Smith and Ricardo focused more on efficient markets and the factors that determine value in capitalism. Marx's theory expanded upon the ideas of Smith and Ricardo, providing a critical perspective on capitalist exploitation and the inherent contradictions of the system. He emphasized the concept of surplus value, which highlighted how workers are often paid less than the value they create, leading to their exploitation. In addition to his scientific analysis of capitalism, Marx also called for a revolutionary change in the economic system to address these issues. His ideas aimed to challenge the existing order and create a more equitable society. Unfortunately, his revolutionary ideas often get conflated with his objective analysis of capitalism, which is simply analyzing these areas of concern, rather than taking a stance on what should be done about these concerns. Because Karl Marx died before he could finish his work, he emphasized the importance of advocating for workers' rights, but did not provide an exhaustive blueprint for the exact economic structure necessary for transition. However, through his theoretical framework of Marxism, he laid the foundations for a society based on what he called communism, or a cooperative community-based society. This challenged the existing order of capitalism, which exists as an individualist, competition-based society. I'm going to break down some of the terms we use in this show to give you a better foundation of knowledge and understanding of Marxism going forward.
Socialism is the scare word they have hurled at every advance the people have made in the last 20 years. Socialism is what they call the growth of free and independent labor organizations. Socialism is their name for almost anything that helps all the people.
Most socialists begin with a critique of inequality and the premise that this is not just an accident, but something that is essential to the nature of capitalism. And if you want to create more justice, more equality, you're going to have to fundamentally change the system in some way.
The problem is that we all too often have socialism for the rich and rugged free enterprise capitalism for the poor.
I think about socialism as the vast majority of people who work for a living in a given society, ultimately making decisions about the direction of that society.
We believe in democracy. I mean, the problem with the word socialism is that very often it's been equated with what happens in the Soviet Union, which is authoritarianism and totalitarianism.
The major socialist experiments for me have been failures, but I would argue that the major examples of capitalist civilizations have been failures too, especially for poor people, especially for black people, indigenous people, and others.
Marx differentiated between communism and socialism in this way. In order to get beyond the current capitalist system, he envisioned the concept of a transitional stage known as socialism, which he believed would lead to a communist society or a society without any internal contradictions or class struggles. Socialism differs from a communist society, which is the theoretical utopia that socialist transition leads to. The etymology of the word communism comes from the Latin word communis, which translates to common or shared, and is commonly rooted in the word community. This is why we have many different versions of socialism that often differ quite a bit. It is why you cannot simply lump socialism into one large general category. To do this misunderstands the very birth and evolution of socialism, as there are many different theories on how to proceed with the transition into a theoretical scientific utopia. Socialism is what we call an umbrella term. It encompasses a wide array of ideologies, movements, and practices that all aim to achieve a more equitable and just society.
All the taming and civilizing of capitalism that we've seen through welfare states, things like the minimum wage, like free education, all of this has come from movements inspired by the socialist vision.
These different versions of socialism can range from democratic socialism, which advocates for social ownership of key industries and a strong welfare state.
To me, democratic socialism is the value that in a modern, moral, and wealthy society, no person in America should be too poor to live.
To libertarian socialism, which rejects a centralized state and emphasizes direct democracy and workers' control of production. For those who are wondering my political ideology, this is what I am. I'm a libertarian socialist. The theoretical utopia of communism has three basic requirements in order to fulfill its purpose as a self-sustaining society without any internal contradictions. A true communist society needs to have no class system. It would have no monetary system, and finally it would have no need for a state. So it would be a stateless society. These three principles were intended to ensure a society in which economic resources are shared equitably, social classes are abolished, and individuals are able to live harmoniously without the need for a central authority. Imagine waking up in a Star Trek-type utopia, where all your basic medical, education, shelter and food needs are taken care of, where you are truly free to explore the area of contribution to society that aligns with your passions, interests, and abilities without any limitations imposed by social classes, monetary constraints, or the presence of a governing state. A communist society is the theoretical framework for a utopia. Just like socialism, communism is an umbrella term, and a communist society often gets confused with a communist state, which is a state controlled by a communist party. Since the communist state still operates under a capitalist-dominated system, it often strays far from the original principles laid out by Karl Marx.
This is also something very important to note, because I see this all the time. Every day, I see people labeling China or Russia as communist. Those aren't accurate economic labels for their societies. They're socialist, right? There's no such thing as communism. It is a theory. What they're describing is a state controlled by a communist party. And again, the only reason why communists called themselves communists is during the Bolshevik Revolution, the socialists split. Half of them said, oh, hey, the way for socialism to proceed is to control the state legitimately through reform and get voted in. And that was called democratic socialism, right? And then the other group had to differentiate themselves some way, so they called themselves communists. But it's not communism. So when you call Russia or China communist, it tells me you don't know what the heck you're talking about, and you need to listen to me on these things.
Instead, authoritarian regimes have historically used socialism as a way to amass excessive control and power for the government, deviating from the intended goals of promoting equality and eliminating social classes.
That's also important to note as well. Now, a lot of authoritarian regimes use socialism as a way to amass power because it's populist. It's populist to say, hey, we're on the side of the working class, right? It's very populist. So that's actually how Hitler obtained control. But the difference there is when he obtained control, it was the communists and the socialists and the union leaders who he went after first. It was that quote. I'm trying to think of that quote. But there's a very famous quote that said that first they came after the socialists, and then they came after the union leaders, and that's absolutely true. And it was very significant because, you know, you can't just analyze it from one aspect and you'll say, oh, this is, you know, that was socialism. No, they used the name socialism to amass power. That's why they kept it in the name, because it was a populist thing to say, right? But it had nothing to do with the movements. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It was actually a capitalist form of authoritarianism. Because, again, what did Hitler do? He went to Mussolini for advice. And what did Mussolini describe fascism as? A successful unification of corporate and state power. I end my argument.
It's important to understand that these distort a system. It often strays far from the original principles laid out by Karl Marx. Instead, authoritarian regimes have historically used socialism as a way to amass excessive control and power for the government, deviating from the intended goals of promoting equality and eliminating social classes. It's important to understand that these distortions of socialism have led to misunderstandings about its true nature and diverted from its original principle.
Socialism is death, it's despair, it's starvation.
It's like those zombies in those horror movies. It's coming back.
For example, in my opinion, USSR socialism was a farce to justify overreaching state power. They may have started out as a worker revolution, but in reality, the immense power obtained by capturing the state needed to ensure the conditions of its own existence. By eliminating the original Marxist goal of giving the workers ownership to the means of production, This ensured the totalitarian power of the new communist state. However, the planned government of the USSR enabled it to industrialize while the rest of the capitalist world was plunged in a Great Depression. A successful model of a planned economy that often gets forgotten about.
Where they are, it's because of ambitious government programs. That's why Cuba, an avowedly socialist country under a decades-long embargo, has a lower rate of infant mortality, a higher life expectancy, and a higher rate of literacy than the much wealthier United States. And that's also why the countries with the lowest poverty are places like Denmark and Finland.
There's no secret
here.
here.
It's no mystery. No advanced economy has ever achieved low poverty rates without high levels of government social spending. And the fact is, capitalists have always fought against those policies, against progressive taxation, against minimum wages, against social welfare programs, against union bargaining. Poverty has been reduced not by capitalism, but in spite of and against capitalists' opposition.
There's a man. Works in a factory. One day the boss gets it in his mind that this man is stealing from him. So, every night at the gate, the guard searches his wheelbarrow. But they never find anything.
Pat him down.
Oh, they do that. Strip him naked. Nothing.
So he's not stealing.
Of course he is.
Wheelbarrows.
Thank you. That's right. He's stealing wheelbarrows.
What?
My point is, sometimes the answer is so obvious, you can't see it because you're looking too hard. See, we can't leave because we're the future. They're the past. The past can no more become the future than the future can become the past.
Okay.
Regardless of its atrocities and human rights abuses, to say that we can't learn anything at all from this model is arrogant. After all, they succeeded where capitalism failed, in terms of rapid industrialization and providing basic necessities to a large population. That has to be analyzed objectively in order to reverse engineer why it happened and how we can adapt and apply certain aspects of it to other models, while ensuring the protection of individual liberties and human rights to avoid those atrocities that occurred due to excessive government power.
One of the biggest mistakes that people make in America, when you talk about American socialism, is to imagine that you've got to recreate something that happened in another country. Of course, American socialism will be distinct. It will have its own characteristics.
Going back to Marx's labor theory of value, we can now see how it is intricately tied to his larger analysis of capitalism and its contradictions. He used the theory to expose the exploitative nature of the capitalist system, claiming that it inherently generates inequality and leads to periodic crises. The three main problems with capitalism are as follows. It is unstable. Everywhere capitalism has existed at any point in history, approximately every 4 to 7 years, capitalism has a crash. This translates into lost jobs and lost lives. Capitalism also is inherently undemocratic, and it leads to enormous wealth inequality. While Marx's labor theory of value builds upon the theories of Smith and Ricardo, it diverges by incorporating concepts of socially necessary labor time, surplus value, and a deeper critique of capitalism's exploitative nature. Now that we have a working understanding of the labor theory of value and the dialectical analysis, we can begin to apply this lens to help us understand whatever we want. In order to analyze the American political duopoly using Marxism, you must first identify where the inherent exploitation in this class system comes from. Within any class system of struggle, there are always two major classes, a minority with all the control and a majority with little to no control, producing the antithesis to democracy. For American politics, there are two major political parties, so we focus on those. The Republican Party, which is conservative in its ideology, generally represents, in theory and in practice, private business owners. Now, The Democratic Party, as far as the 21st century is concerned, is supposed to represent a collectivist left-wing ideology in theory, but in practice, they have had pressures from the way we have changed the hiring process for American representatives. These pressures from lobbyists and campaign contributions have pushed the Democratic Party further to the right, severely limiting the window of legitimate discussion in politics. You can clearly see this right-wing shift play out in my video that exposes the political career of Nancy Pelosi, which you can watch here. Since the Clinton era, topics such as universal health care,
that is available on my channel if you're interested in watching that. It basically just shows documented evidence of Nancy Pelosi's more progressive policies when she was younger in her political career, due to, again, this is progressive policies tend to be more popular because they're for working class. They're policies that are aimed to strengthen the working class, such as Medicare for all, the ensuring health care for every citizen in this country. The wealthiest country in the world should be able to provide health care to all of its citizens in some way, in some fashion, like every other modern industrialized nation does, right? Every other modern industrialized nation provides its health care to every citizen in some way or another, except for America. That is a huge failure. And I'm going to say it again. Every other modern industrialized nation on this planet provides health care to all of their citizens, other than the richest, America.
which are common sense solutions in other modern industrialized nations, have been considered taboo in the mainstream. That is by design. We must remember that our representatives are supposed to work for the people, not big corporations. Representatives represent the classes, but aren't necessarily in the classes themselves. These two facts aren't mutually exclusive, as the Democratic Party may have the potential to have a publicly funded candidate like Bernie Sanders. And the Republican Party also has that potential. The people agree to pay for the representative's salary through taxes. But this isn't necessarily exploitative, because the people are the majority and are hiring to delegate managerial ownership duties of the country to a surrogate, who is supposed to have their loyalty and favor. This delegates the power of the majority of the people into the hands of a few representatives, or what we call a representative democracy. Imagine the workers in an enterprise hiring their own managers who are supposed to make decisions based on their better interests. Now imagine those minority of representatives representing themselves instead of the majority. You can begin to apply the Marxist critique when looking at this fucked up class conflict. The group that is normally considered to be the exploited, the employees, which are represented as our elected officials in context, end up being the ones to exploit labor in the form of taxes. If you can imagine our politicians' labor input in the labor theory of value as representation, they input their living labor combined with embodied labor, which can be seen as previous established laws and precedent. When combined, these two forms of labor will create the surplus value, which are laws passed.
Remember the labor theory of value from earlier, so we're applying the labor theory of value to our electoral system and our elected representatives, specifically regarding legislation, right? You put in your labor, and you transform something using your labor, and what's left over has more value.
You can also see where this exploitation specifically happens. When the representative or corporate class doesn't adhere to the majority will of their constituents on either side of the political spectrum, this is labor exploitation in reverse. And when this lack of proper representation, or as I call it, fair representation happens, we are basically paying these senators to not do their jobs. The contradiction within a political system of classes becomes apparent only when said representation is fixed and not accurately reflecting the popular opinion on a complete ideological spectrum.
This is very, very, very important, because when oftentimes we'll have legitimate people, legitimate progressives, like who legitimately want to help and want to enact some kind of real change for the working class. And I believe one of those people was, at one point, Nancy Pelosi. Or she started out in a place like a lot of them do. But as, what was that singer for Rage Against the Machine said, the system is a meat grinder, right? It takes the good intended and it grinds you up, because the system is reliant on that power structure and corporate influence, right? So when you have two options, the Democrats and the Republicans, who are both taking corporate money, you're essentially being paid or taking legal bribes from the same entity. And whether you have good intentions or not, you just can't win a rigged game like that. And a lot of times these politicians go in with good intentions, and they can't fight. They can't fight against that big monster. It's just too much for them. And that's why the way that real change it happens is from the bottom up. And Bernie Sanders was right about that. And in one of his books, he said, real change happens from the bottom up. And you look at history, real change in history always happens from the bottom up. It never happens from the top down. If you're expecting someone who is a rich elitist like Donald Trump, for example, or even Biden, to save the working class, to save the poor, I laugh at stuff like that because it's just not going to happen. It's never happened in history, and it never will happen. The poor help themselves when they realize that their oppressors are not in as large groups as them, right? It goes back to that saying, when the poor have nothing left to eat, they will eat the rich. And that is true. You look at the French Revolution, they literally took back what the rich had stolen from them. And I warn people who want to accumulate a lot of wealth in today's society, it's a dangerous game, because when the system collapses, and it will collapse eventually again, because it's a pattern, right? You can't escape that cycle of internal contradiction. And when the system collapses again, as the saying goes, when the poor have nothing left to eat, they will eat the rich. And you don't want to be rich in that scenario. I'll tell you that, because the pitchforks will come out. And that's why a lot of people like Warren Buffett are like, please take more taxes from me so we don't have the pitchforks coming after me, because they see it. They've studied history and they see it. They're not stupid. A lot of people at the top of the game are really scared right now because society is not doing well. We are in the end stages of capitalism. We have been teetering for a while.
Being largely limited to two political parties isn't itself when the contradiction occurs. It happens when one of these parties of representatives severely limits the scope of popular opinion. Shrinking this Overton window of acceptable politics creates class conflict in the sense that one class, the corporate voter class, or those monopolies and oligopolies that participate in the American voting system. The corporate voter class can be comprised of both Democrat and Republican representation, but still considered a minority in the context of an entire population. This corporate voter class has a direct conflicting agenda with the worker voter class. This conflict can be thought of similarly in the context of worker rights versus corporate austerity that sees in Marx's analysis on capitalism. Analyzing the voting class struggles of America specifically points out these inherent contradictions and shows how they play out through advocating for policies that may benefit either class. One class is constantly struggling to maintain policies that restrict worker rights to maximize surplus value and minimize wage. The other constantly voting to enact policies that do the opposite. This inherent contradiction of exploiting the people is a direct result of legalized bribery, or what Washington calls lobbying and campaign contributions. The contradiction is what leads to bizarre politics, where you have two sides often shadow boxing each other, yet get nothing done. This is why the Democrats and Republicans may argue on social issues, but largely agree or are only marginally different on economic issues.
And the system totters as it encounters a very old contradiction in its current form for which they have no solution. And right now, they don't see a way out, and I don't either, which makes it possible, for the first time in my life, to begin to see a capitalism that is in fundamental shaking difficulty. And if I were to explain to someone why you get bizarre politics, unlike what we've had for a century, it's because of this. And here in the United States, you see the kind of theatrical buffoonery, but there's more to it. Why is Trump such a character in the Republican? Why is that party literally tearing itself apart? Because it can't cope. and even the Democratic Party, suddenly confronted with a socialist who isn't marginalized simply because he gives himself the name socialist. In fact, it makes him attractive.
This leads to the two parties pretending to fight each other while dancing around the edges of real economic solutions, often stifling popular opinion on real solutions that would be practical for the majority, such as universal healthcare. Because the role of popular opinion directly contradicts the corporate agenda lobbied for by the minority franchise class, most people recognize our politicians are corrupt, but to understand we must also ask why. This is the reason for that political theater. It's not surprising. We pretend to have democracy, but lack it economically. Inevitably, those with the wealth and power will use the system to work for themselves. It is why we have characters in politics that often talk in circles, sleaze their way out of answering questions directly, and overall attract psychopathic and pathological liars, paving the way for other con men like Donald Trump to step in and take advantage of the chaos with false promises and more platitudes. Combine this with a serious media apparatus run by said corporate voter class, and you have yourself a serious problem in the political process. One political party constantly represents individualism and pushing for lack of government intervention, and the other party takes one step to the left and says we will do something marginally different but nothing radical. Fair representation would assume the majority is entirely heard, radical or not. Closing these popular issues out of the process of democratic discourse within Congress restricts the legitimate window of appropriate discussion and alienates the worker voter class from the inevitable false compromise result in policy. Americans whom overwhelmingly support a single-payer healthcare system based on polling aren't hearing this discussion as legitimate within the discourse of our legislative process, which alienates them from their government and their government from them. Yanis Varoufakis is a renowned Marxist economist and former Minister of Economics in Greece. Known for his expertise in economics, he was hired by Valve, a prominent video game company, to oversee and explore the concept of virtual economies. Varoufakis's role at Valve involved managing the intricate economic systems within games, ensuring a balanced and engaging experience for players. This unique collaboration between a leading Marxian economist and a gaming company highlighted Varoufakis's versatile abilities and the recognition of his expertise beyond traditional economic realms. This led to the development of Team Fortress 2's virtual economy, which allowed players to trade and exchange in-game items, such as hats and weapons, using the game's own currency. The virtual economy gained significant popularity, and players could buy, sell, and trade these a self-sustaining market within the game, all using the ideas from a Marxist. Yanis is also a prominent advocate for economic democracy. He believes in empowering workers and citizens to have a greater say in economic decision-making and challenging the concentration of power in the hands of the state and elite. Yanis teaches economics without capitalism and exposes the truth of how we can have markets without the need for capitalism.
I want to begin with a distinction that I already made, and I want to make once more. Capitalism is not markets. Societies always had markets. The Phoenicians had markets, the ancient Greeks had markets. They were not capitalist societies. They were societies with markets. Something happened towards the end of the Middle Ages. There was no labor market. Either you worked for some baron, okay? And if you opposed that social arrangement, your head was removed from your shoulders, okay? Or you never worked because you were the baron. There was no labor market. So the creation of labor markets, of real estate markets, of capital markets, is a very recent phenomenon, and that's capitalism.
And perhaps that's a key point to drive home. Slavery had markets. There's nothing unique about capitalism and markets. You remember American slavery? They bought and sold slaves, that's a market. They bought and sold cotton, that's a market. They bought and sold fill in the blank. So markets existed in slave society. Ditto in much of feudalism. Not always, some parts of feudalism solved the coordination problem in different ways, not market ways, but markets coexist. So capitalism is not the system of markets because those long predate capitalism. Well, then what is capitalism? I would argue Marx, whose contribution strikes me as pivotal here, had a pretty clear definition. that there are different ways human beings have organized the production of goods and services. That's different from how they circulate. Markets are about exchange and circulation, but Marx's focus was on production. So here's three basic ways in modern history. Slaves is one way. You have a master and a slave. Masters is a small group, slaves is a large group. Slaves do most of the work. Masters tell them what to do. Masters become rich and powerful. Slaves yearn for a better system. Then we have feudalism. How interesting. Different. No slavery. Nobody can own anybody. But you have a small group of people again, lords, and a large group of people who do all the work, serfs. And one interesting thing is that the serfs yearn to do better. Now we come to capitalism. It's different. And that's what's interesting. How is it different? Nobody is anybody's slave, and nobody has a personal obligation to another person the way a serf and a lord did. Instead, a contract links the two. There's an employer, a small group of people who tend to become rich and powerful, and a mass of employees, a large group of people who don't. Notice the parallel in these three systems. You might have thought, if you were all excited about capitalism, you might have believed the theorists of the capitalist revolution that they were breaking from all of the earlier systems. They were breaking from slavery. They were breaking from feudalism. And in important ways, they did. But there were equally important ways in which they didn't. And one of them was this division of people in production into a small group of people with all the power and wealth, telling all the others, the vast majority, what to do. A modern capitalist corporation is the most undemocratic institution I can imagine. You do what you are told, the majority. And if you don't, you lose your job and you lose your income. That's called compulsion. And that's the arrangement. And if you don't like what your employer tells you to do, well, you're free in capitalism and you can go and work for another one. Whoa, what an interesting system. Where does all this conversation about freedom come from, or democracy for that matter? You know, if you really believed in democracy, the workplace is the first place you would have installed it. You know why? Because that's where adults spend most of their lives, working. 5 out of 7 days, the best hours of the day, they're on the job. Make the job democratic if you are believing in democracy, but you don't. You allow the owner or the shareholders or the major shareholders or the board of directors or some mix and match of all of them, a tiny minority, to dictate to everybody else.
Markets without capitalism. My critique of capitalism is that liberal capitalism is not possible. Never was, never will be. It is just an ideology. It has as much to do with reality as Marxist emancipation theory had to do with the Soviet Union. Zero. If we're going to save markets, because I believe in markets for potatoes. No? Have you heard of companies like BlackRock, State Street, Fidelity? Do you know that they own 90% of the corporations that feature in the Standard & Poor's 500 in the United States? From airlines to JP Morgan to Google. We're talking about two guys. It's guys, it's not girls. Maybe there's a token girl somewhere. They control 90% of capitalism. What is the connection between this and Adam Smith? Zero. As a recent study showed, that where airlines compete that belong to the same mega equity firm, when they compete, prices go up by 5% because they collude. Because the CEOs of all these airlines have to report to the same financier. So this is the point I'm making, that if you really want markets and you don't want central planning, you better do away with the model of capitalism we have, because it is centrally planned. There can be no more centralized system than the one we have. So, what would a world look like where markets breathe in the absence of capitalism? Can I have a dream moment, please? Will you allow me?
Every morning, about 30 minutes, no matter if I'm off or not, every day. Just kind of get the wrinkles out, crease the arms, make sure the collar is crisp. I'm a worker owner, so I am an employee, but I'm also an owner.
Imagine a corporation where there's no boss. You enter, you are hired by a committee, a search committee that go together because they wanted an economist, they wanted a graphic designer. So some of them form the committee, they interview 20 people, they hire you.
Here, a co-op is it's a collective of people who democratically and collectively own our operating companies. Everybody has a share, everybody has one vote.
And that gives you a vote for everything. You vote for the distribution of the revenues of the firm between research and development, what the basic income should be, and also you vote for bonuses. Not everybody gets the same.
On my previous job before coming to work for Evergreen, I couldn't see a beginning and end to it. It was just come do a specific job and go home. Here, if you do so much work, you could drive up the profit. If you have so much profit at the end of your fiscal year, you get a check. It makes me more excited to work because I'm involved. How are you? Most jobs wouldn't just share the financials with the employee. Here, as you see it from the top to the bottom.
Working in co-ops absolutely changes culture, it changes lives. Because you're sharing profits, you sort of share workload, you share responsibility.
Because if you've banned tradable shares, if you reverse the mistake of the British India Company of 1599, and you have one share, one worker, shareholding together with private commercial banking producing money out of thin air, those two combine to create investment banking. Once you have no tradable shares and you have free banking, investment banks have no purpose.
I think this is the most important thing to note here, is that a strong economy with a strong worker cooperative market of businesses will put a strain on investment banking, and it will lead to a situation where banks lose their stranglehold over the poor, right? We will have more freedom because, again, these aren't capitalist organized businesses. They may exist in a economy that is primarily a capitalist economy, a capitalist dominant economy, but these businesses are not capitalist organized businesses. They are more socialism. Like the new age socialism is democratize the enterprise. It's ignoring the political aspect, which is already corrupt and is going to be corrupt and is in my opinion, a waste of energy focusing on, and you're focusing on the grassroots movement of inspiring people by setting up businesses as worker cooperatives, where the workers actually own the business instead of the traditional capitalist business. And when people see and juxtapose that, I think it's more enticing. I don't know about you, but if you put on a application, oh, we're a proud worker-owned business, compared to, oh, we're going to screw you over and maybe fire you next year or lay you off, who knows? No, I'd rather work for a co-op. So that puts a definite strain on these investment banks who just put a choke on our economy. So that's very important to note here.
Anymore.
Right?
Unless, So this new form of socialism, which is democratizing the enterprise or advocating for worker co-ops like I do, it can be seen as a form of community-driven business, where the business is not solely focused on profit. Yes, profit is a consideration, obviously, to maintain the business, but it is not maximizing profit is not the focus, right? You're trying to provide a service for your community, a good or a service. You're providing a staple function in your economy, whether it's just allowing for the transfer of money, or it's providing something more significant like transportation. So it's very important to note these distinctions in the way I think our economy should be run, which is more community driven instead of individualist profit driven, which is what we see now.
Once you have no tradable shares and you have free banking, investment banks have no purpose anymore.
Right? Unless a car for a car, just trade.
Except that's not really how capitalism works.
A car for a car.
Right, but...
Because what do we do here?
Well, we sell.
People need a car and they come to us.
To buy?
Yeah, well, you said yourself the 2005's in good shape.
Yeah, but boss, Blue Book on that.
So we trade.
6,200.
Give a car, get a car. Each has received a gift, use it to serve one another. That's in the Bible, right?
Why?
See what he just did there? He focused on the community aspect of his business rather than the profit, okay? And it's not saying that profit isn't a consideration to run the business. It is. But if you're in a good place like that, of course you're going to, at least in my opinion, have a society that focuses more on the community aspect of the business rather than the individualist aspect.
One another. That's in the Bible, right?
Why? Why must that be paid? I understand keeping a promise, but people always say that must be paid. Except what if you can't? If you're too poor, or you lose your job, maybe there's a death in the family. Isn't the better thing, more humane thing, to say that that should be forgiven? Isn't that who we should be?
As Yanis Varoufakis once said, the state emerged as a mechanism for regulating class conflict. The state acts as a referee of sorts for a game that has two players, a small group of capitalist business owners and a large group of workers who struggle to own. Now imagine this referee being paid off by the one side due to their obvious disadvantage. The workers have strength in numbers, while the capitalists want to maintain their own numbers, profit numbers. One obvious way that capitalists rig the game is with our system for legally bribing politicians via campaign contributions and lobbying influence. The fact that this is even legal to begin with is telling of a larger conspiracy against the working class. Big corporate donations to political campaigns, something that was largely considered corrupt up until judicial hearings such as Buckley versus Valeo and Citizens United. Buckley versus Valeo established that spending money on political campaigns is a form of protected free speech under the First Amendment. This ruling opened the door for increased corporate involvement in campaign financing. The Citizens United ruling in 2010 further expanded this by allowing corporations and unions to spend unlimited amounts of money on independent political expenditures. Until the Reagan administration, stock buybacks were strictly regulated and often considered fraudulent business practice. A stock buyback is an option for a company to buy back its own stock As a result, this artificially inflates the value of stock on the market, misleading potential investors and shareholders' confidence, creating a misrepresentation of growth. When you analyze the conflicts of interest within the Reagan administration regarding these changes, you can begin to see the dialectical effects of class struggles playing out into enriching the business.
Hey gang, thanks for coming to this month's White House Super Spreader event. I'm gonna keep this tradition going till I'm the last man wheezing. Don't be fooled, people. I won this election fair and square. I don't care what the pundits say, what the papers say, or what the voters say. I'm not giving up. As God is my witness, I will never stop fighting the will of the American people. What has Joe Biden done in 47 years? In just 47 months, I've made this country completely unrecognizable. Look, we've got 200,000 dead, which is way less than I would have predicted back in January when I knew it was coming but didn't say anything.
Mr. President, are you willing to condemn white supremacist groups and tell them to stand down?
How can I say this in the least horrifying way possible? Stand back and stand by. I mean, await my instructions. I mean, ammo's on sale. I mean, our righteous war is now.
Amidst the turmoil and spectacle of Donald Trump's ascent to the presidency, it presents an opportune moment for a Marxian examination of his rise. Blending demagoguery and populist sentiments, Trump tapped into the deep wells of economic inequality, alienation, and the erosion of working-class power. His promise to make America great again resonated with many who felt left behind by a system governed by oligarchs. But here's the punchline. While Trump campaigned as an outsider challenging the establishment, his actions in office revealed a different reality. Rather than disrupting the ruling elites, Trump's presidency perpetuated their dominance. His tax cuts, deregulation, and pro-business agenda turned out to be a scripted performance favoring the wealthy few, widening the chasm between the haves and the have-nots. So as we unpack the Trump phenomenon, remember this. While his antics and bombastic rhetoric grabbed the headlines, the underlying structural issues that prop up the oligarchy remained largely untouched. In the grand theater of American politics, Trump's role may have been headline-worthy, but the system's stagehands continued pulling the strings behind the scenes. In other words, while Trump talked a big game about draining the swamp remained largely unchanged, and the material conditions of the working class continued to disintegrate under his rule. In the twisted tale of Donald Trump's ascent to power, hidden behind his carefully crafted persona, lies a web of failed business ventures, questionable ethics, and shady connection. It is within this context that his rise can be seen as a masterful con, reminiscent of fake populism employed by the likes of Hitler and other autocrats. First, let's take a closer look at his checkered history as a businessman. Trump's track record is littered with bankruptcies and failed ventures, revealing a lack of true entrepreneurial prowess. His notorious casinos, for example, crumbled under financial strain, leaving employees without jobs, investors in the dust, and spectators to ponder why such an enterprise faltered, especially considering the House always wins. But it doesn't stop there. Reports of ties to unsavory figures, such as Jeffrey Epstein, raise concerns about potential ethical transgressions and nefarious dealings. While the extent of these connections remains shrouded in mystery, they underscore the blurred lines between big business and Trump's political aspirations. Furthermore, Trump's infamous reputation of not paying his employees highlights his disregard for the working class. Time and again, stories emerge of hard-working individuals left to suffer, while Trump walked away unscathed. This callous behavior reveals the true nature of his so-called populism, a convenient facade to exploit the frustrations and dreams of ordinary Americans. Charisma and uncanny ability to read a room created a cult of personality around him. This aura, combined with his populist rhetoric, seduced millions, blinding them to the hidden deals he made behind closed doors with big business. The stagecraft of his political theater successfully manipulated public sentiment, advancing the interests of the elite while masking the true workings of the oligarchy. As we peel back the layers of Trump's rise, it becomes clear that his path to power was paved with deceit and opportunism. The convergence of his unethical business practices, shady connections, and adept manipulation of populist sentiments personify the dark underbelly of the American political oligarchy and the dangers it poses to genuine democratic change. When analyzing the many scams of Donald Trump, patterns become apparent. These patterns are damning evidence as to the intentions and motivations of Trump. Transparent insights into his head. With Trump University, the art of the scam was taught right alongside real estate. Students unwittingly enrolled in a masterclass on being fleeced, as false promises and hefty fees left them feeling like the real estate market's biggest losers. This fine example of educational deception showcased Trump's knack for turning golden dreams into fool's gold. Trump University was a clear scam for several reasons. Firstly, it misled students by promising them access to Donald Trump's real estate secrets and courses taught by hand-picked experts, but instead delivered subpar and generic information. Secondly, the institution employed aggressive sales tactics to persuade students to spend large sums of money on expensive mentorship packages, with some individuals paying up to $35,000. Thirdly, despite claiming to have hand-picked instructors, many of the people teaching the courses had no relevant experience or credentials. One of the instructors at Trump University was a former fast food manager with no prior real estate experience. This raised questions about the legitimacy and credibility of the instructors and the quality of education provided by the...
They literally got a fast food manager, somebody who was a manager of a fast food joint with no real estate experience, and said, hey, you want to teach this course? Oh my God. Oh, it's just too funny and too obvious.
Institution.
It's a scam.
It further reinforced the notion that Trump University was more interested in making money from its students rather than delivering substantial educational value. Lastly, numerous lawsuits were filed against Trump University, resulting in a $25 million settlement paid by Trump. This exposed the fraudulent nature of the enterprise and further confirmed its status as a scam.
Local 10 investigator Bob Norman is digging into the case of a Trump University fraud victim.
At Trump University, we teach success. It's going to happen to you.
Years before Donald Trump became president of the United States, he was promoting his Trump University, making a lot of promises.
I think the biggest step towards success is going to be sign up at Trump University.
I think he's a snake oil salesman. I think he's a con artist.
Fort Lauderdale attorney Sherry Simpson took the bait, and like thousands of former Trump students and the New York Attorney General's office, she says it was a total fraud.
Trump U wasn't a university, didn't provide any of the information that was promised. It was disgusting. To solicit funds from the elderly, to ask people to utilize credit cards to not to buy a property, but to pay him for the privilege of learning nothing.
Simpson was one of 6,000 victims who settled with Trump for $25 million. Now she's set to get about $15,000 of the $19,000 she lost back. But she wants to turn down that money so she can sue the sitting president individually.
I want an apology from Donald Trump.
Well, have you ever heard of Donald Trump ever apologizing for anything he's done?
No. No, I think I would be the first.
At Trump University, we teach success. That's what it's all about, success. It's going to happen to you. These are all people that are hand-picked by me. Terrific people, terrific brains, successful. We are going to have the best of the best. We're going to teach you what you need to know. We're going to also make sure, no matter what you do, as I said before, you're going to love it. Because if you don't love it, it's never, ever going to work.
Adding insult to
just for reference, that was a clip from the Ellen DeGeneres show. Not that I'm saying that I watch her show or even like Ellen DeGeneres, but that was a pretty funny clip from her show.
were promised a personal photo opportunity with Trump, but were instead subjected to a classic bait-and-switch tactic, posing with a cardboard cutout of the man himself, one of the oldest cons in the book. Moving on to the next con in the Trump playbook. When it comes to taxes, Trump turns fiscal responsibility into a disappearing act worthy of David Blaine. Mysteriously vanishing income, obscure deductions, and a dance with loopholes render his tax returns more puzzling than a Rubik's Cube. It seems he mastered the art of tax code evasion, leading to a mountain of unpaid civic duty. For instance, It has been widely reported that Trump frequently used various deductions and loopholes to minimize his taxable income, resulting in significantly lower tax payments compared to his wealth. The exact details of his tax returns remain undisclosed, leading to speculation about the extent of his tax avoidance strategies. Furthermore, Trump's refusal to release his tax returns during his presidential campaign broke a long-standing tradition followed by presidential candidates, raising questions about transparency and accountability. These instances collectively point to a pattern of questionable tax practices. Another important aspect to consider is his questionable ethics and alleged connections to organized crime. While Trump likes to project an air of success, his alleged connections to the shadowy realms of organized crime raise some eyebrows higher than his skyscrapers. Though concrete evidence remains elusive, whispers of deals with the wrong partners create a picture of a businessman who doesn't mind breaking the law. Rumor has it that even the most exclusive clubs wouldn't dare compete with the mob connections he allegedly has stashed away. One example involves Trump's former business partner, Felix Sater, who had a criminal past and reported ties to organized crime. Trump collaborated with Sater on several real estate ventures, including the Trump Soho Hotel. Another example is Trump's relationship with Roy Cohn, a lawyer who was known for his connections to mob figures.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and to the other members of this committee. I have agreed to appear before this committee today because I'm guilty.
It's all true. I killed them both, just like he said I did. But of course, nobody believes it, and nobody ever will, because that's how good we are at making things disappear.
You think money protects you. You think money makes everything go away, and this bubble that you live in where you just click your fingers and you get what you want.
Cohn served as Trump's attorney and mentor for many years. Additionally, Trump has a record of posing as imposters to manipulate property value or public sentiment. There is a well-known incident where Trump used the pseudonym John Barron to contact Forbes magazine in the 1980s, claiming to be Trump's spokesperson. He provided false information about Trump's assets, stating they were worth more than reported, with the intention of boosting his position on the Forbes 400 list.
He's somebody that has a lot of options, and frankly, he gets called by everybody. He gets called by everybody in the book in terms of women.
Throughout his 4 years as President of the United States, Donald Trump's presidency was marked by numerous instances where potential conflicts of interest emerged. From his business empire to foreign entanglements, his actions provoked questions about where his personal financial interests intersected with his duties as the nation's leader. In most of these cases, these personal interests would often trump his duties as a leader, pun intended. To understand these conflicts of interest, we must first expose the corruption of his presidency by breaking down the many questionable actions he took. One notable example is the Trump International Hotel in Washington. After Trump assumed the presidency, the hotel became a subject of controversy due to foreign governments, including Saudi Arabia, choosing to hold events and book rooms at the hotel. Reports stating that lobbyists representing the Saudi government had spent large sums of money at the hotel shortly after Trump's inauguration. It was alleged that the Saudi government was overpaying for rooms, meals, and other expenses, benefiting Trump's business. Critics argued that these bookings directly violate the emoluments clause of the U.S. Constitution, which prohibits the president from receiving gifts or payments from foreign governments. President Jimmy Carter was notorious for giving up his peanut farm to prevent this exact scenario from happening. Let's now look at Trump's private club, Mar-a-Lago in Florida. Mar-a-Lago also became a source of concern regarding conflicts of interest. In 2017, the initiation fee for Mar-a-Lago doubled to $200,000, which led to questions about potential access and influence that wealthy individuals or foreign nationals may gain by joining the club and having direct access to the president. After all, How many people can actually afford to spend $200,000 just to get a chance at talking to the president? Throughout Trump's presidency, he continued ownership of the Trump Organization, which raised concerns about even more conflicts of interest. The Trump Organization has various international deals and ventures, and Trump prioritized these personal financial interests over the best interests of the country. The political oligarchy refers to the dominance of the two major parties, the Democrats and Republicans, whom are both bribed by big business and special interests to manipulate the country's political narrative. These parties have a stronghold on political power, often leaving little room for alternative voices and ideologies to thrive. This duopoly's grip on power is evident in the limited representation of third-party candidates in presidential elections. Despite the presence of alternative parties, such as the Green Party or Libertarian Party, they often struggle to garner significant support or media attention, further perpetuating the dominance of the two-party system. The last third-party candidate to win the presidential election and serve as president was Abraham Lincoln. He was elected as the candidate for the Republican Party, which was considered a third party when he won in 1860. Since then, no third-party candidate has won the presidential election.
I think those are two important distinctions to note between then and nowadays politics, right? We haven't had a third party to win the presidency in that long, right? And it is also worth noting, the second point that I had is that political ideologies and political affiliations, the parties specifically, they tend to shift, right? They shift over time, and we've seen this where, one party's ideology shifts from left to right and keeps the name. So it's not like things stay stagnant. Words change over time. The meanings of words change over time depending on the cultural context. Remember, gay used to mean something very different. Used to mean happy in the traditional context if I was using it in a sentence, but now we don't really use it in that way anymore, right? So things do not stay stagnant. Things change, and you have to analyze things through that lens. And you have to keep that in mind.
Remember that throughout history, fascist regimes have often used the populism associated with socialism and communism as a means to gain excessive state power. One notable example is the Nazis. Despite labeling themselves as socialists, they targeted and eliminated communists as one of their first actions. In simpler terms, fascists have exploited the appeal of socialist and communist ideas to rally support, but once in power, they swiftly suppress and persecute those very groups. This pattern showcases how fascists manipulate popular sentiments to achieve authoritarian control over the state. Trump's tendency to play on popular policies, such as promoting universal health care when running for office, and then pursuing other interests when elected, align with this fascistic phenomena. During his campaign, Trump made statements indicating that he supported the idea of providing universal health care or ensuring that all Americans would be covered. This kind of populist rhetoric appealed to many voters who were dissatisfied with the complexities and costs of the existing healthcare system. However, once in office, President Trump's policies largely focused on dismantling the ACA rather than expanding coverage or moving towards a universal healthcare system. Despite promises to replace the ACA with a better healthcare plan, the proposed replacement plans put forth by the Trump administration, such as the American Health Care Act and the Better Care Reconciliation Act, did not guarantee coverage for everyone. These plans did not include provisions for universal health care coverage. On top of this contradiction, the plans could potentially result in fewer people having access to affordable health care, particularly those with pre-existing conditions. While some provisions within the proposed replacement plans aimed to protect individuals with pre-existing conditions, the concern was that the coverage options might not be as comprehensive or affordable as those provided under the ACA. Moreover, without the individual mandate, there were concerns that the plans could disproportionately impact lower-income Americans who might not have access to affordable coverage. In addition to exploiting the populist rhetoric of socialism, fascist regimes, like the Nazis, also relied heavily on the cult of personality. This refers to the worship and glorification of a charismatic leader, such as Adolf Hitler in the case of the Nazi. Hitler skillfully crafted a powerful image and effectively manipulated public perception through propaganda, rallies, and mass media. By presenting himself as the embodiment of the nation and its ideals, he garnered unwavering loyalty and support from the masses. Sound familiar? The cult of personality further enabled the Nazis to consolidate their power and suppress dissent, as any opposition or critique against Hitler was viewed as an attack on the nation itself. This manipulation of public sentiment, combined with their exploitation of socialist rhetoric, allowed the Nazis to establish and maintain an oppressive and authoritarian regime. Using this lens, we can clearly see a dangerous parallel to the cult of personality that is Donald Trump. Exposé on Ron DeSantis. Let's move on to another prominent figure within the Republican Party. Until recently, Ron DeSantis was a rising star within the Republican presidential candidates for 2024. I have left this chapter in because some of this information is still relevant, regardless of the recent developments where Ron dropped out of the race to endorse Trump.
Yeah, so when I was making this, right as I was finishing up, Ron decided to drop out and endorse Trump, so I had to kind of change this a little bit, but this chapter is still relevant.
However, his ascent to prominence cannot be fully understood without examining the influence of corporate interests and wealthy donors. This connection between power and wealth is a hallmark of the American political oligarchy. DeSantis has received significant financial backing from corporate interests, including major donors from industries such as finance, real estate, and healthcare. These connections provide him with the resources and networks necessary to navigate the political landscape effectively. They also act as legal bribes to incentivize Ron to make ridiculous claims about universal healthcare. Ron believes healthcare isn't a human right. Why, Ron? That's very Christian of you to say, especially in the richest country on the planet, while every other modern industrialized nation has some form of universal coverage. He's paid by the healthcare industry for a reason. They didn't just pay him out of kindness. Profit-driven industries make decisions based on profit. They bribed him because they know they can expect him to shut up about popular ideas that will damage their bottom line. And nothing is more damaging to the profit-driven healthcare industry than universal coverage. Insurance companies add no value to your service. In fact, they act as a mafia-style middleman that get between you and your doctor. The dirty little secret of the healthcare industry is that they maximize profits by denying coverage. This is a dangerous and regressive game to play and denotes a larger sense of dystopian trends. In my opinion, there are certain industries that should not be based on profit. A few of these are healthcare, prisons, and education. This directly translates into the American ideals of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But I digress. A Marxian analysis uncovers the exploitative practices and worker struggles that often remain hidden within the political oligarchy. DeSantis' policies and stance on labor issues reveal a larger narrative of worker suppression and challenges faced by labor movements. DeSantis has been associated with policies that weaken collective bargaining rights and labor protections. For instance, his support for right-to-work legislation limits workers' ability to form strong unions and negotiate for better wages and working conditions. Through a Marxian analysis, we have explored the labor theory of value, how it applies to the political process for creating laws, and exposed the real reason why political corruption happens under capitalism. By examining specific examples, such as the limited representation of third-party candidates, political connection to corporate interests, and stance on labor issues, we reveal the complexities and implications of the episode. This show serves to unmask the power dynamics, exploitative practices, and enduring influences within the American political system, paving the way for critical discourse and the pursuit of a more equitable and democratic future. In this chapter, we explore how capitalism has insidiously dominated the political landscape, not only in America, but also across the globe. As a pattern of predictable irrationality, capitalism's inherent flaws repeat themselves over and over, enabled by its indoctrinated supporters. By examining historical examples, we will uncover how capitalism's stranglehold on the political system repeats itself, stifling genuine democratic expression and consolidating power in the hands of a few elite. To understand American politics, you have to understand the duopoly dilemma. The American political system is entrapped within the confines of a duopoly, where two dominant political parties consistently push out alternative voices that would change the status quo. This unyielding control by the Democrats and Republicans distorts democracy, empowering the moneyed interests and limiting true political diversity. The capitalist class, possessing immense financial resources, skillfully manipulates the political sphere. Through campaign donations, lobbying, and a revolving door between corporations and government, capitalists have created a privileged space for their interests, reinforcing the oligarchy's power and perpetuating a cycle of irrationally predictable inequality. From its inception, capitalism has manifested itself through colonialism and empire building, the exploitation of resources and labor in other nations to serve the interests of dominant capitalist states, mirrors the subjugation of the American political system. By applying the dialectical analysis to history, we can understand these irrational patterns and learn how to recognize them. Marx called this historical materialism. The globalization of capitalism further reinforces its grip on politics. Neoliberal policies, promoted by capitalist-dominated international institutions, espouse free trade and deregulation. Such policies often weaken national sovereignty, allowing corporate interests to transcend borders and infiltrate political systems worldwide, sowing the seeds of an oligarchy in multiple democracies. Capitalism's inherent nature leads to the concentration of wealth in the hands of a select few. This accumulation of economic power directly translates into substantial political influence, allowing the capitalist elite to shape policies and laws that primarily benefit them, perpetuating the oligarchical structure and further widening the wealth gap. When you have 5 individuals who own more wealth than the bottom half of the entire planet, considering money buys political influence, you can begin to see how capitalism reinforces the conditions of its own existence by buying the political process. It is an inherent flaw of the way labor is organized, and it doesn't matter how you change the system, it will always evolve to this late stage. History demonstrates capitalism's effectiveness at co-opting revolutionary movements. By absorbing radical ideas into a capitalist framework, dissent can be mollified and integrated within the boundaries of the system. This process dilutes genuine revolutionary potential, reinforcing the existing oligarchy while creating the illusion of change. An example of this can be seen in the labor movements of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. During this period, workers' movements, trade unions, and socialist parties emerged with the goal of challenging capitalist exploitation and advocating for workers' rights and better conditions.
Where did critics of capitalism, by the way, who called themselves socialists back then, where did they do best? Which state legislature had the most elected socialists of all the 48 states at the time? I won't quiz you. You probably wouldn't guess in a million years. Oklahoma. Socialism in Oklahoma. Lots of it. I bet you there was a lot here in Idaho, too.
When the socialists here were in office, they were very practical. They were prudent. They were planners.
Hone's vision was so successful that in the 1930s, Milwaukee was regularly rated the best run city in America, the healthiest city in America.
People in Milwaukee for most of the 20th century had an extraordinary faith in the possibilities of democratic government to do good.
October 29, 1929, Black Tuesday. The New York Stock Exchange is in a panic.
In the 1930s, you had a depression. It made the mass of the American working class suffer terribly. And they demanded help.
The original New Deal was not one thing. It was a decade-long process and struggle. You're talking about jobs, you're talking about infrastructure, you're talking about inequality. Policies were proposed. The people in the streets demanded more. There was pushback from industry. There was more push from labor.
The goal of the New Deal was to say there are all these people who need relief. We need a sort of federal apparatus which can provide that relief and bring the economy out of depression.
they did all kinds of things that socialists typically advocate. They provided a social security system, which we never had before. They provided the first minimum wage. They set up unemployment compensation. They gave public jobs, millions of them, to people who would otherwise have been destitute. They did classical socialist things. That went a long way to change the level of inequality because it helped the people at the bottom.
I think this is an important thing to remember. Socialism is in our history, and it is the reason why we had such a strong middle class for so long, right? It was literally built off of the socialist and labor movements of the early 20th century.
You and you and you and you've got a president now. He gave the land a new deal. You hold the cards, now you deal. You and you and you and you put shoulders to the plow. He gave us what we asked for, now pay him back somehow.
Franklin Roosevelt, he saw the scorching reality of the Great Depression. He knew he needed ideas. Before he took office, he invites the Socialist Party candidate for president, come talk to him.
From socialist perspective, Franklin Delano Roosevelt's New Deal, the Democratic Party, steals a lot of ideas from the Socialist Party. They prove enormously successful.
The problem in capitalism is, so long as you leave that system there, it undoes what can be occasionally achieved, which is why, as a socialist, I can't in good conscience go to the mass of the American people today and say, let's have a big struggle for, and then run another set of reforms. We've been there. We've done that. That doesn't work. Not that it doesn't work for a while, but it doesn't endure. It doesn't last for us, and it sure as hell isn't there for our children.
How is all of this, especially the empire that we live in, directly related to capitalism?
We're actually going to be watching this. This is from a smaller clip from a different channel. We're going to be watching the full clip after this episode. It's important that you have more context with this information, and that video is specifically one of the videos that explained a lot of this when I was being introduced to these topics and helped me understand a lot of the misinformation out there on this stuff.
Trouble for our children.
How is all of this, especially the empire that we live in, directly related to capitalism?
Every time a system's in trouble, there are the defenders of the system who say, well, yes, I agree, right now it's really crappy, it's dangerous, it doesn't work. But that's because something has come in to destroy the really pure capitalism. If only we had that, it would work beautifully. I understand it. That's a human, you want to hold on because changing systems is frankly scary, always has been. So this is a way you can hold on to a kind of loyalty to capitalism in general while joining in the critique of the way capitalism is here. The answer I would give, which will make these folks unhappy, is, look, capitalism is what you got. And if you don't like the way it's evolved, that's very nice, but imagining that you can go back to something pure that won't then repeat the same evolution to what we have, kind of begs the question, how come? We didn't become dependent on the defense industries because a lot of people are crooks or because a lot of people have cronies whom they favor. Come on, that's not really a very profound analysis. There may be cronies all the time, but why were they successful?
Capitalist elites responded to these movements by implementing certain reforms and concessions. They introduced labor laws, social welfare programs, and regulations aimed at improving working conditions and providing basic social protections. By doing so, capitalism was able to dilute the demands of the labor movements, appease discontented workers, and maintain the existing capitalist system. This incorporation of labor demands into the capitalist framework often eroded the revolutionary potential of these movements, as they became integrated within the system they sought to challenge, successfully postponing the revolution that always comes from unresolved class conflict. Through a Marxian lens, we have thoroughly examined how capitalism's grip on the American political system is amplified by a recurring pattern of oligarchy formation. Capitalism's influence extends far beyond economic dominance infusing itself into the very fabric of democracy. However, amidst this seemingly impenetrable framework lies a paradox: the irrational predictability of capitalism's evolution. It is within this paradox that a ray of hope emerges. While capitalism's capture of the political system appears unassailable, its predictable irrationality exposes its vulnerability. The repetition of historical patterns, the concentration of power, and the co-opting of dissent may feel relentless, yet they also demonstrate a consistent fragility that can be challenged. Understanding and exposing the irrational predictability of capitalism's evolution arms us with the vital forbidden knowledge needed to dismantle the existing oligarchy. By refusing to accept the false binaries presented by the duopoly, by demanding accountability from the capitalist class, and by nurturing alternative political voices, we pave the way for transformative change. In wrapping up this analysis, we must acknowledge that our struggle against the American political oligarchy is an ongoing battle. However, armed with the insights gained from a Marxian perspective and an understanding of irrational predictability, we have the intellectual tools to navigate through the haze of false choices and pursue genuine democratic expression. Marxism, like other sciences, seeks to analyze and understand the complexities of social systems. Just as in quantum physics, where the principle as above so below reflects the interconnectedness of particles, this concept can also be applied to social sciences. In the social realm, a society can be viewed as a complex system composed of various classes that interact and influence one another. Much like subatomic particles, social classes have their own internal contradictions. These contradictions arise from the inherent conflicts of interest and power struggles within society. An analogy can be drawn between the concept of entropy in quantum physics and the notion of social entropy within a Marxist framework. Entropy refers to the gradual deterioration of order and the dissipation of energy within a system, eventually leading to its collapse or transformation. Similarly, in social systems, internal contradictions and conflicts between different classes create a tendency towards entropy. Just as a subatomic system requires self-sustainability to maintain its structure, a social system also relies on a delicate balance of power and resources for its sustainability. The requirement for self-sustainability in both the social and subatomic realms can be related to the concept of symmetry. Symmetry ensures that forces are balanced and interactions among components occur in an orderly manner. Thus, in both disciplines, a lack of symmetry or an imbalance of power can disrupt the stability and functioning of the system, leading to the emergence of contradictions and eventual entropy. In summary, Marxism, like subatomic physics, recognizes the concept as above so below. By applying the understanding of internal contradictions leading to entropy in quantum physics to social sciences, it becomes evident that maintaining a balanced and sustainable system, whether on a subatomic or societal level, requires attention to the inherent conflicts and power dynamics within that system.
Again, everything I talk about on these shows is nothing new, but this right here is my original analysis, and this is my original contribution. So if you're just wondering, you're not going to find that anywhere. That's originating from right here.
To go from one system to the next, you have to have a transition or mixed economy of the two. My theory is simple. The goal is to raise awareness about worker cooperatives while simultaneously putting elected officials in office who don't take corporate PAC money. This, combined with a strong worker union movement, could be what is needed for an economic transition. As Senator Sanders says, real change doesn't happen from the top. Real change only happens from the bottom. In my theory, the conditions for revolution do not arise until both classes implode symmetrically at the same time. This theory is a unique interpretation of Marxism, challenging Marx's understanding of the conditions necessary for revolution, while also making a stunning connection to physics. I propose that while any revolution can arise from an asymmetrical collapse, for a society to become self-sustaining after the revolution, it must undergo a symmetrical implosion where both the ruling and oppressed classes experience material detriment. Similar to how a plasmoid collapsing in on itself creates a self-sustaining ball of energy, you can view my introduction to plasmoid video here. This phenomena can also be applied to the social sciences. By collapsing in a symmetric manner, the theory posits that a revolution can establish a self-sustaining structure that addresses the systemic inequalities and creates a more equitable society, over time eliminating class conflict and the requirement for a state entirely, because an egalitarian utopia would not stifle out opposing voices. It is not until both workers and capitalists feel the material conditions regressing together that both can join forces and eliminate the common enemy. When the system fails both sides of the class war, is when both sides will see it necessary to replace the system. Class conflict was never going to be won by perpetuating war. It will be won by negotiating peace and revealing empathy. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. However, until these requirements are met, all we can do is ensure the conditions. In these new and exciting ways, we can begin to finally connect social science with the concept of, as above so below. Patterns of the universe reflecting ubiquitously throughout every field of study, like a mirror into the soul of the universe. With the right lens, we can unravel the mysteries of everything. The main problem with American politics can be largely boiled down to censoring, the censoring of popular issues, with the obvious exception of not allowing someone to incite violence. I believe that all ideologies along the spectrum must be equitably represented in a democracy, no matter how radical, in order to create an accurate window of legitimate discussion, because the franchise business owner class has successfully bought and paid for our legislative process. This has significantly limited this Overton window of acceptable political discussion. This is why we don't see any debates on capitalism versus socialism going back 100 years in Congress. Why we have 47 states that have voted to override federal cannabis laws, yet it is still considered federally illegal. It is also why a Princeton University study revealed that the opinions of 90% of Americans have essentially no impact at all. We have the Democratic Party shifting further to the right. The Republican Party is also shifting to the right. Meanwhile, the window of acceptable politics for 90% of regular everyday people is actually outside the window of acceptable politics within our democratic process. This leads to regressive dystopian policies and a stagnation in legislation for workers, which in turn leads to a distrust in our political systems, a distrust in our government, and can pave a way for fascists like Donald Trump. This charming confidence man took advantage of this distrust by conning America like he has done to so many victims. Collateral damage in the spoiled escapades of a bad businessman with a large inheritance, who lied, cheated, and stole his way to the presidency. The man who conned America, the art of the steal.
All right, and that is season 1 of The Social Situation. And these episodes, all 3 episodes, are available for anybody interested in watching them without the commentary. I just felt it was necessary to go over some of these things again, specifically because I don't like seeing my friends and fellow colleagues make these simple mistakes, and I'm trying to teach things from my perspective on and really my major, which was my original major, which was socioeconomics. Again, my background was not originally in science. It was in socioeconomics. I studied this for years. So I hope some people take me seriously in what I'm saying here, and some of the different areas that have been misrepresented regarding socialism and these other trigger words. Again, if you're triggered by some of these words, you must ask yourself why. Why are you triggered by these words? It's to scare you so you don't learn about them, right? These words specifically have roots in challenging power. So with that, we're going to take a quick break, and then I'm going to come back with some more Richard Wolff, professor of Marxian economics. And we also, I do want to go into intro on Marxian economics with Professor Wolff. He has an amazing class. He is a really great professor. He's got like 2 PhDs and 3 master's degrees. Excuse me. But he is in a plethora of knowledge and a great insight to some of these topics. So, if you're listening to people like Ben Shapiro or Mark Levin to get your definitions of Marxism and socialism, then I feel sorry for you, because they have absolutely no idea what they're talking about. Go to the people who actually are Marxists and socialists if you want to learn about it. So that's my advice to you. Don't go looking at right-wing podcasters for the definitions of some of these topics, because they have absolutely no idea what they're talking about.
In the depths of hidden files, trapped inside the secret circuits, unraveling through the miles, oh, truth was masked by golden curtains. In it now, we're shattering the silence, feel the power, revelations on the rise. Shadows, light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points and gravity converge, yeah. Dying voices, revelation start. Ancient whispers call, they're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in now, we're shattering the silence, feel the power, revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge, we dare to see, unveiling secrets, setting minds free. In this epic, we play our part with fearless hearts. In it now, we're shattering the silence, feel the power, revelations on the rise.
Theories they all refuse to find. I've been working on energy for a brand new day, but even in the crowd, I'm still a castaway. Alienated from the aims of added nature in disguise. Ideas ahead of time, dismissed with narrow eyes. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking love 0 point, the points lost on them. Capital structures crumbling from the same old stem. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor under injustice, burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish, wanting shed boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Chasing revolutions in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brains is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
In a lab, Mike does cracks the code tonight. Oh yeah, that's true. Wires the circuit to shine in neon lights. Oh yeah, seen you creating power from the air. These smiles and delights. Oh yeah. Mike does it right. Hey. Mike does all Mike is the one teaching us knowledge. Lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. Oh yeah. With Nathan and Lulu in the show. Oh, brilliant team. Mike came from Faraday. We're letting knowledge. He's the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life, turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. Oh yeah. We've reached new heights. Hey. Mike does all Mike is the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans.
Alright, we're back with some Empire Files. Again, Empire Files, this is their video, and if you want to get more videos like it, they have a YouTube channel called Empire Files. Let me just load it up here. No capture. Oh.
January of 2016 revealed something unexpected. 43% of people under 30 in the US view socialism favorably, compared to only 32% who view capitalism favorably. This shows that despite a concerted effort to smother the ideas of a man who died 133 years ago this March, the analysis put forward by Karl Marx remains extremely relevant today. Marx is considered the most influential philosopher to ever live. With his co-thinker Friedrich Engels, they developed a way of understanding the world that has not only greatly contributed to the understanding of philosophy and economics, but also history, anthropology, political science, biology, and many other fields. As a young man in the mid-19th century, Marx embedded himself in the workers' movements in his home country of Germany, then in France, from where he was exiled to London for his political activity. In addition to dedicating himself to the scientific study of capitalism and social change, Marx was also an organizer and convened the very first international organization of socialists with the goal of overthrowing capitalism, known as the Communist League, whose slogan was "Working men of all countries unite."
The best side hustle to do in 2024 is to get a
His work Capital is regarded as the premier dissection of the economic system we live under. His discovery of dialectical materialism redefined the world of philosophy, and his rallying call, the Communist Manifesto, is considered the most influential political document in the world. As the US empire thrashes to survive the current global capitalist crisis, and with rejection of capitalism clearly growing among young people, I wanted to find out what it was about Marx's work that has had such a profound impact from peasants in Asia to miners in Africa to workers in the US alike. So I talked to someone who's been teaching students and the public about Marxism for years, Dr. Richard Wolff, professor of economics emeritus at the University of Massachusetts, Amherst.
You're a Marxist economist. Let's start from the basics. What is Marxism, and what does it mean to have a Marxist lens with which to view the world?
I think the best way to understand it is that the difference between Marxism and other things is that it wants to go to the root. It is radical in that sense. It wants to see these problems: homelessness, inequality, an economy that bounces around, having a recession or a depression every 3 to 7 years, a society that concentrates political power in a tiny number. These recurring problems of capitalism, Marxism says, are built into the system. And if you want to solve them, you can't do that within the framework of the system. You have to face the fact that the system itself is the problem, which is why Marxists tend to be people who abide by the idea we can and we should do better than capitalism. We should reorganize society because that will be a better way to deal with all those problems than dealing with them individually as if you could solve homelessness or solve inequality by a quick fix, by a marginal adjustment. No, the problems are systemic. So you have to understand how capitalism as a system works in order to begin to work your way to a solution.
Could you give a brief explanation of dialectical materialism?
Marx was a philosopher, so being a rigorous and systematic thinker, he didn't want to jump into economics, which is what he focused on, without grounding it in philosophy. So he begins as a student of Hegel, the great philosopher. When he begins his academic life, Marx began as a professor. He taught philosophy. His doctoral dissertation was on ancient Greek philosophy. He wasn't an economist when he began. He ended up thinking he had to study economics because of how philosophy got him there. And to be quick in a way of an answer to your question, he comes out of a school of thought that believed that ideas were the supreme achievement of human beings. Ideas are what you get from the most refined reflection that the human brain can do. If you're religiously oriented, ideas are what you get from God, from the spiritual realm. And so the world is really shaped by something prior to the world, namely ideas. So the notion is, sometimes called idealism, that the real world is the product of ideas. And if you want to really understand the real world, go to the ideas that make it what it is. Religiously, in the beginning, there was nothing. And there was first God, which is a non-material idea, and that creates the world. Remember, in Genesis, 7 days, God, a spirituality, creates the materiality of the world. Marx rejected that. For him, the material is just as important as the ideal. If you want to see where the material comes from, it's shaped by ideas. But, and here comes his radicalism, it runs the other way too. The ideas don't come from nowhere. They come out of the real world. The ideas we have as people have to do with the real material problems we have as human beings and how we solve them. Where do we get our food? Where do we get our shelter? How do we get protection as little children from the elements, from our parents? All of these real material matters of life and survival are shaping our ideas every bit as much as our ideas shape the reality. Dialectical materialism is the name for a point of view that says if you want to understand the world, you need to look at how ideas shape the material, but the other way too, and the two have interact. That's the way to see the world. And for that reason, when it came to explaining the problems of capitalism, he never could and never did suggest it's all because of the ideas of people about capitalism. It's the real way human beings make their food, solve their clothing problems, their relationship problems that shape their ideas as much. And he was going to analyze capitalism through that lens of the interaction of ideas and concrete material reality back and forth.
Marxists take a particular view of history called historical materialism. How is the current area of capitalism fit into the long history? I think you've mentioned this before, just how this is just the latest chapter in a long history of economic development.
The basic idea is that every economic system has in it conflicting forces. The language in Marxism is internal contradiction.
The internal contradictions are always what succumb to the downfall of these economic systems if you study history. You know, we've seen the downfall of the slavery system, you know, the internal contradictions of slavery and the internal contradictions of feudalism, right? They've all succumbed to them and collapsed, right? Capitalism is no different. As long as those internal contradictions are there, there is going to be instability, and there will eventually be a collapse. That's just how these things evolve.
The system has in it problems it is constantly struggling with because they're built into the system. And for long periods of time, it finds solutions. But in the end, historical materialism says, the internal contradictions become unmanageable, and then there's a kind of explosion, the system dies, and a new one is born. So we had slavery, for example, in various parts of the world. It was born, it evolved, it had its contradictions. For example, the contradiction that the only way a slave system can continue is if you replace the slaves that reach old age and die, and that's become a big problem for many slave societies. And so eventually, the slavery couldn't solve its problems, and it died, replaced by feudalism in Europe, which went through the parallel process, and then it blew up. It couldn't solve its problems. So historical materialism begins to look at capitalism through the same lens. What are the internal contradictions? How do they bedevil the system? What solutions for a while have they found? But when and where might we get to a level of internal contradiction that makes the system tremble, makes it vulnerable, and at that point, if revolutionaries can see and understand what's going on, they can intervene to move to the next system, to get beyond this. Just like rebels overthrew slavery, rebels overthrew feudalism, the expectation of Marx was that capitalism would generate the contradictions, then the tensions, then the failed solutions that would then bring into being the rebels with the ideas of criticism, Marx himself being one of those, who would eventually move to the next system. To illustrate it as concretely as I can, let me give you an example of the kind of contradiction Marx found in capitalism that has been crucial for everybody else. And I pick it because it's so relevant right now in the United States and around the world. Every capitalist, I think most of the folks watching know this just from their personal life. Every capitalist is always trying to either make more money or survive competitively by saving on his labor costs. One capitalist does it by substituting machines for working people, automating, getting a computer to do what he used to have 50 people do, etc., etc. Another capitalist does it by trying to get cheaper workers in place of more expensive ones, hiring women, if they're less expensive, to do the job that they used to pay men more for, hiring immigrants rather than native folks, moving to another part of the world where wages are much lower. We all know that. So capitalists are always trying to save on labor costs because they can make a better profit if they do that. But here comes the contradiction. If all capitalists are reducing the number of workers they pay or reducing the pay they give to their workers, what will result is that the working people have less and less money. And if they have less and less money, they can't buy what the capitalists are producing to sell. The capitalists, therefore, are destroying themselves, but they have no choice. They have to save on the labor outlay, and then that comes back and bites them in the rear end because there's no demand. If you've been so successful becoming rich as a capitalist, you've killed yourself. These kinds of contradictions, for Marx, are the beginning of the end of a system. It papers it over. For example, when people couldn't buy in the 1970s, the capitalist system kept going anyway. How did it do that? How did it keep going when the people didn't have enough money from their wages to buy? The solution was credit. We loaded the world up. House credit, that's your mortgage. Car payment credit, nobody buys a car except by paying out. Credit cards, which didn't exist before the 1970s for anything but traveling businessmen, and only a small number of them. And then when that was not enough, we loaded up, for the first time in American history, an entire generation of students who can't get a degree without loading up with tens of thousands of dollars of debt. We kept the system going. People could buy stuff even though their wages didn't pay for it by borrowing.
This is the analogy I like to compare this to is a frog boiling in a pot of warm heating water, right? The frog doesn't realize it's boiling itself to death, or it's being boiled to death. And this is like the subtle changes in our economy we don't notice. We've substituted what we should have accumulated in wealth for ourselves and our families. We've substituted that for overtime and debt to make us believe we were maintaining the same material conditions, when in reality it was a lot easier for our previous generations to accumulate the same amount of wealth that our generations are struggling to accumulate now. And this is due to the fact that we have had inflation obviously going on for 40 plus years, but no correspondence and increase in average wage. So the real wage has not gone anywhere in over 40 years. We've substituted what should have been an increase in real wage for overtime and debt. And like a frog boiling in a pot of heating water, we are slowly cooking ourselves to death.
And in 2008, the predictable happened. It turned out your fix only lasts for a while. You really have to ask, in a way that many of us as Marxists hadn't done for most of our lives. The problems of capitalism now are so severe, so systemic, so global, that we're beginning to wonder whether this system is going to find a way out. The Marxists are not the only ones wondering whether this system is coming to an end. The people on the other side of the political fence are very worried too.
Yeah, you have billionaires writing op-eds. The
Absolutely.
pitchforks are coming for the plutocrats because they know what's coming. Let's talk about the bubbles. You're talking about the housing bubble, and I think that this is a really interesting indication. The housing crisis, the crisis of overproduction, the fact that we have more houses than we do homeless people. But because you have this crisis of overproduction, too much of something was produced and people...
Yeah, that's another problem. That's a dystopian reality. We have millions of empty houses, and we still have 500,000 plus homeless people in this country. In the richest country in the world, we have 500,000 homeless people. About 200,000 of those, on average, tend to be veterans. So that's how our country treats its own veterans. And that is not an economy that I can support. Not in the very least. That is not something that I can get behind. Housing should not be privatized that way. There should be some kind of public access for these people.
Utilize it. I mean, talk about that concept and why this is an inescapable phenomenon.
Hey, Peter, how you doing?
Starting in the 1970s, American businesses began to have what I like to call a eureka moment. They realized that in the West, North America, Western Europe, and Japan, 200 years of capitalism had built up impressive factories, offices, stores. But they were built up in the places where capitalism was born, Western Europe, North America, and Japan. That's where they had concentrated everything. And that's where they had drawn workers in off the countryside to become urban, industrialized working classes. And along the way, the workers, noticing how productive capitalism was since they did the work, demanded for themselves a rising standard of living. So roughly, from 1820 to 1970, particularly in the United States but elsewhere, wages rose. That's what, over that time, capitalists were doing so well they could raise the wages of their workers and still make out like bandits. So it was a system in which people began to get the idea capitalism works. It delivers the goods because it raises wages. You had to not look at what was happening to where most people in the world lived, Asia, Africa, Latin America, because for them the situation was horrible. But if you concentrated on where capitalism was born, you could fool yourself into thinking, wow, this is a system that works. And the capitalists, of course, and the people who liked it celebrated all of that. Then in the 1970s, capitalists had this eureka moment. They said to themselves, wait a minute, we're in North America, Western Europe, and Japan, where the wages are now very high. Workers are very happy. But why are we here? In the rest of the world, which has been savaged by the growth of capitalism in those privileged areas, wages are very low. So in this eureka moment, capitalists said, what are we doing here in the Western Europe, North America, and Japan? It's much more profitable if we produce in China, in India, in Brazil, anywhere else. And there begins what we're still in the middle of, the exodus, the abandonment of the places of origin of capitalism by the capitalists. So there's a massive move to China, India, Brazil, and all those places.
You see it all over Detroit. Detroit used to be, what, 2 million population? Now it's down to, I don't know what it's down to, but it's low because everybody left. They outsourced all the manufacturing jobs. You know, it used to be a bustling economy, and now it's crap because the capitalists abandoned the workers. Literally.
Producing what? Well, what every capitalist wants, which is to make a bundle. So they build big factories, imagining that they can sell all of this stuff like they used to. But they forgot something. If you go from high wages in the United States to low wages in China, the bottom line is that the people earning wages are earning a lot less than they used to. It's not just that they're not Americans, they're Chinese, but they can't buy back what you're building. They can't manage to consume what you have the capacity to produce. Right now, China is slowing down, scaring the whole world. But it's not China that's slowing down. It's the inability of China to sell to the world because the wages of the world's workers have been depressed now for years as we move out of Western Europe, North America, and Japan into these lower. And the system totters as it encounters a very old contradiction in its current form for which they have no solution. And right now, when it's happening on a global scale, Europe is having it, North America is having it, Japan. These are the centers of capitalism. They're in the most trouble right now, and they don't see a way out, and I don't either, which makes it possible, for the first time in my life, to begin to see a capitalism that is in fundamental shaking difficulty. And if I were to explain to someone why you get bizarre politics, unlike what we've had for a century, it's because of this. And here in the United States, you see the kind of theatrical buffoonery, but there's more to it. Why is Trump such a character in the Republican? Why is that party literally tearing itself apart? Because it can't cope. And even the Democratic Party, suddenly confronted with a socialist who isn't marginalized simply because he gives himself the name socialist. In fact, it makes him attractive. What Bernie Sanders is proving is that the interest in socialism has captured millions of Americans.
I think that people are starting to understand this, and they're looking at things like the defense industry, and they're saying, we need an enemy. We need to manufacture this enemy to keep the war machine going since Eisenhower. But it seems like a lot of more libertarian-minded people are saying it's just cronyism, right? Yes, we live in an empire. Yes, we need this constant enemy, but it's really just the crony aspect of capitalism, and we just need to restore capitalism. You obviously go much deeper. How is all of this, especially the empire that we live in, directly related to capitalism?
Every time a system's in trouble, there are the defenders of the system who say, well, yes, I agree, right now it's really crappy, it's dangerous, it doesn't work. But that's because something has come in to destroy the really pure capitalism. If only we had that, it would work beautifully. I understand it. That's a human, you want to hold on because changing systems is frankly scary, always has been. So this is a way you can hold on to a kind of loyalty to capitalism in general while joining in the critique of the way capitalism is here. The answer I would give, which will make these folks unhappy, is, look, capitalism is what you got. And if you don't like the way it's evolved, that's very nice, but imagining that you can go back to something pure that won't then repeat the same evolution to what we have, kind of begs the question, how come? We didn't become dependent on the defense industries because a lot of people are crooks or because a lot of people have cronies whom they favor. Come on, that's not really a very profound analysis. There may be cronies all the time, but why were they successful?
I think that the biggest counter, and I'm sure you hear this constantly, is looking at the USSR, looking at some sort of manifestation of authoritarianism like North Korea and saying, well, that's the inevitability of communism.
When capitalism emerges in Europe out of feudalism, 17th, 18th century, there are lots of places where it is started, where it grows for a while, and then it blows up, it dies, or it goes in directions that are horrible and people reject it. And that's not surprising because you don't one day decide to go from system A to system B, set up the new system B, and everything just works ducky fine right off the bat. That's not how this happens. In every case, the transition has to go through a number of experiments. Lessons are learned. This we did well, that we didn't do well, and that's why it fell apart or took a direction we didn't like. And then eventually you get to a capitalism which covers its bets, can be better than the ones that came earlier, lasts longer, and becomes something that all people eventually grasp onto.
This is an important point that a lot of people forget.
I would expect that of socialism. Look, for most of the world, poverty is the daily grind of life, and therefore the most urgent economic objective of most people in most parts of the world is to get out of poverty, to have economic growth where the standard of living grows. Okay, in the last 300 years, the two examples of large societies that have grown the fastest are the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China. And just to remind everyone, in 1917, when the Russian Revolution happens, Russia is the most backward country in Europe. The vast majority of its people are illiterate and work in agriculture. It is a poor country that has just lost World War I, and then had a revolution, then had a civil war. I mean, to expect this society to be anything other than an economic basket case would not be reasonable. Okay, now fast forward to 1975. That's only 50 years later. The Soviet Union is the second superpower in the world. It has come through another world war, World War II, that was devastating like the first one on Russia. And nonetheless, it shows a level of economic growth that is stunning. The equality and the fraternity are not easy to find. They became critics. They literally said, wait a minute, this system isn't the road to freedom, to equality, to all the good things that people normally have championed. And they became critics. And the most important of them in the 19th century, when capitalism was really taking hold, was this guy, Karl Marx.
So I think a lot of people are aware of socialism now, especially since we have a self-proclaimed democratic socialist running for president, but they don't actually understand what it means. I think they're taking little bits and pieces, free healthcare, free education. Talk about the means of production and how a socialist economy would actually be structured.
They came up with the following idea, that the problem of capitalism is two fundamental things. One, that private individuals own the means of production. They own the land, they own the factories, they own the stores, the machinery. And that the people, the owners, are really a very small part of the population. 1%, 2%, 5%, maybe even 10%, although rarely did it get that high. But that means the vast majority of people are never part of the owners. And the basic socialist idea was, if you allow a small number of people to control the means of producing all the goods and services we all need to survive, they're going to use that control to make the system work for them. And they're not going to worry about the rest of us. In other words, it's a recipe for a society that produces wealth for the top 5 to 10%, but not for everybody else. That gives power, political and other power, to those at the top and not to everybody else. So the socialist idea was, this is fundamentally unjust, fundamentally undemocratic. This is what's wrong with capitalism, and how do you solve it? You make collective ownership, not private. The society as a whole should own the means of production, the factories, the offices, the stores, so that they are good for everybody, so that what they produce is distributed roughly equally, so that the influence and the decisions are made. So social, that's why it's called socialism. It's the society that should own. It focuses on the workplace. Its idea is the way you make sure that the government never again becomes an institution over the people, but rather simply an instrument of the people, is by making sure that at the base of society, where people live and work, the wealth, the productive capability is in their hands. If you want,
I think this is another important thing to emphasize, because a lot of people, specifically a lot of Americans, realize our politicians are corrupt, but they don't go one step further in asking the question, why are these people corrupt? It's the corporate influence. And when you organize labor, as capitalism does, with a small group who owns the means of production and accumulating all that wealth, of course they're going to use the wealth, power, and influence they've accumulated to make the system work for themselves. It's basic.
Want the slogan of 21st century socialism? It's this: democratize the enterprise. End this process where there's a handful of people who make the decision. In most American corporations, and corporations do the bulk of the business in modern capitalism, a tiny group of what are called major shareholders, the people who have big blocks of shares, they select who the board of directors. 1% of Americans own 3/4 of the shares. It's highly concentrated. A tiny number of people, the 1%, own the bulk of the shares. How do you run a corporation? At the top is something called a board of directors, usually 15 to 20 people. How do you get on the board of directors? There's an election every year to get on that board. And the way the election worked is, if you own a share of stock in the company, you get 1 vote. If you have 10 shares, you get 10 votes. If you own 1 million shares, you get 1 million votes. If you have no shares, that's how many votes you get. So there's no pretense of democracy. So if a handful of people own the bulk of the shares, they control everything. They select the 15 or 20 people on the board of directors. The board of directors decides what the company produces, how the company does it, where the company is located, and what's done with the profits. Everybody helps produce the profits. The employees have to live with the decision, but have no influence on it. It is the opposite of democracy. And if you don't have democracy at the workplace, you can never have it real in politics either, because those at the top will buy the political system, something which we see in the United States so starkly every day that everyone knows. If workers took over a factory that had a worker co-op instead of a top-down, and the workers together decided what to do with the profits, you think they'd give a few executives $25 million so they have more money than they know what to do with, while everybody else has to borrow money to send their kids to college? It'll never happen. You think a collection of workers, say 400 in a factory, considering that you could make more money if you moved the production to China, are they going to vote to get rid of their own jobs? It's not going to happen.
Yeah, it would never happen.
They're not going to destroy their community by having an empty factory. They're not going to deprive their local government of the tax revenues to run the schools and the hospitals. And they're not going to deprive themselves of jobs. So What we've had in the last 40 years, all those jobs leaving, would never have left if it was the collective decision
We would still be the heart of manufacturing in this
this
country if we had a strong worker cooperative market.
And I wanted you to also just counter another argument that I hear constantly. I earned it. You know, we earned this money.
The best way to describe this is to go back to Karl Marx and his analysis of capitalism so that we all understand what earning is about. Let's imagine you are a person looking for a job and I'm the employer that you're looking to get hired by. So you come in and you sit down, you fill out your application form, and I look at you and I describe to you the kind of work we'd like to have you do. You'll come 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, and you'll sit over there and you'll do this kind of work, et cetera, et cetera. And we get through all that and you're okay with that. And then we get to that big question, how much are you going to get paid? And let's say we dicker back and forth and we agree on $20 an hour. So I'm going to pay you $20 an hour. At this point, Marx enters with a smile on his face and says, I'm now going to show you, the reader of his books, that when that deal is done, the $20 an hour, something is going on that you actually know, but you don't want to face, but I'm going to show it to you. When I hire you for $20 an hour, I know that for every hour that you give me your work, your brains, your muscles to work, I'm going to have more stuff to sell at the end of the day because you're added to my workforce. You're going to help me produce more goods or more services or better quality goods and services than I would have if I didn't employ you. So I'm going to say to myself, it could have if I didn't employ you. So I'm going to say to myself, it costs me to get Abby $20 an hour. What do I get out of it? I'm going to have the output that Abby adds by her labor. Now that has got to be more than $20. So the only way I'm going to hire you for $20 an hour is if you produce more in the hour than I give you. So when you feel in a vague way at the end of the day as you walk home that you're being ripped off, you're absolutely right. Or in Marx's language, exploited. So what does the capitalist say? I earned it. No, you didn't. He just ripped people off. The way most corporations work is 4 times a year.
You screwed people over. That's all you did.
They take the profits they've made in the preceding 3 months and they distribute a portion of them to their shareholders. These distributions are called dividends.
Crypto, good to have you here,
So if you own a lot of shares, say because you inherited them from your grandma, or you stole money and bought them on the stock market, there are lots of ways of getting them. But if you have them, 4 times a year, you go to your mailbox in the morning and you get an envelope and you tear it open, and inside is a check for your share of the profits that have been distributed to shareholders. For rich people, this is millions of dollars. They have all that money. What did they do exactly to earn that money? Nothing. Those people are going to tell me they earned? Earned what? Did they ever set foot in the factory? No. Do they have any idea what this company does? No, they don't care. They are simply sitting there collecting. Well, let's now do a little logic. If there are people like shareholders who get a lot of goods and services they didn't help produce, then there must be elsewhere in that system people who produce what they do not get. So that means if we allow that we are saying some people, your job is to produce a lot more than you get so that these people can get a lot more than they produce. For Marx, he stands up and says, I rest my case. This system sucks.
Famous socialist Rosa Luxemburg once said that it's either socialism or barbarism. Here we are 100 years later. In what ways have you seen that play out today?
The 62 richest people in the world, most of whom are Americans, not all American, but most of whom are US citizens. The 62 richest people together have more wealth than the bottom half of the population of this planet, roughly 3.5 billion people. that's beyond obscene. I don't know what, I don't have an adjective that captures this, but I can describe what it means. If you look at all the statistics of the World Health Organizations, the bottom half of our population are people who die way earlier than they need to. Why? Because their diets are no good, or they don't have enough food in the first place, or they can't get to a clinic to have little problems that are easily solved by modern medical methods taken care of. It's unspeakable what happens to the lower half.
Everybody's here. Glad to have you guys here, man.
If we took half the wealth of the richest, and they would still be the richest, and made it available to the bottom half, it would transform their lives, literally. Now, there's no moral or ethical justification for this situation. Number two, it is well known all over the world, despite a few deniers that are still around, that the way capitalism has evolved has compromised the ecology and environment of this planet, literally threatening us with 27 diseases and 57 losses of fundamental resources. This is crazy to permit this to go on. This is another way capitalism confronts us with barbarism. And the third one is, and here the United States plays a particular role, is this notion that the Western world, the world that has the wealth and the military might, is in a war, an endless war against something as vague as terrorism, whatever exactly that is, and that this is used to justify an endless use of resources not available for people's needs, but to combat one enemy, real or imagined, after another. So we literally confront an endless military warfare state, a cataclysmic destruction of our natural environment, and a level of inequality that has no justification. Our entire economic situation would have been completely different in the last 30 years if we had had a movement, if we had had organizations to make these demands, because I haven't the slightest doubt that the majority of Americans will support all of them. You know, it used to be at this point in an interview, I would have to look at a skeptical interviewer saying, oh, Americans support this kind of socialistic stuff.
I've been there,
but
man.
I don't have that problem anymore, because Mr. Bernie Sanders has done me a favor by throwing his hat in the ring in the Democratic primary and running around the country as he's been doing. As a socialist, he has proven for all Americans to see that the support for something other than capitalism has now captured millions of Americans. And we don't know how many millions, because that still has to be shown. And the argument that was heard when Occupy Wall Street emerged in 2011, that this is a tiny group of people who don't represent anything, all that's gone, because Mr. Sanders has said, well, let's see. Let's see how many people are critical of the 1% versus 99. How many people will support a candidate who says that every day and who even accepts the label socialist? And the answer is millions.
So I'm going to end the stream here. Get ready for our Fringe Think Tank tonight at 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Really appreciate all you guys for stopping by and hearing me out on these areas of forbidden socioeconomics. I am going to be doing a part 2 to this forbidden socioeconomic live stream. I don't know whether it's going to be later tonight or tomorrow, but I do want to get into the actual introductory material on Marxian economics. And I just like to emphasize that Marxian economics does translate into formulas that you can tangibly see with your own eyes how labor is exploited from working class citizens and used to justify an overreaching, extending power of a system of hierarchy, authoritarian system of hierarchical power. So with that, I'm going to end the stream, and I'll see you guys later. I appreciate it.